Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning to everybody.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, how are you, Honorable Swart? Morning.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Morning, SJ. I think we must start. Members, we have a request that for the divorce bill, the department is not yet ready. They were asking that it stands over. They were particularly trying to deal with the issues that were raised in last week's meeting. So I thought that it would not assist us to bring them when they are not ready to engage. So can we allow the issue of the divorce amendment bill to stand over?
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we are going to have the first presentation will be the Office of the Chief Justice, followed by the SIU. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Office of the Chief Justice, led by the SG. Are there any apologies? We have the standing apology of Honorable Yako, who is still recuperating. I take it that there are no other apologies. Committee Secretary, do you have any apologies on your side?
Morning, Chair. No, not from our side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me hand over to the SJ. SJ, you will have 60 minutes to make your presentation.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. I want to tender a sincere apology for the Secretary General that was unfortunately booked off and will not be able to avail herself for the session today. As DDG Court Administration Services, I will lead the delegation of the OCJ today.
We wish the SG speedy recovery. DDG, can you just show your face so that we know that we are not talking to a ghost?
Just put my camera on.
Or a chat GPT.
Chat GPT. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Just to highlight that I am supported today by two DDGs, the CEO of SAJAI and the DDG of Corporate Management Services, as well as the EXCO, and we will be able to respond to questions of members to ensure then an accurate reflection of our services during the 2022-2023 financial year. So with your permission, Honourable Chairperson, the Head of Strategy will present the overview of the annual report and the achievements of the OCJ, followed by our CFO, Ms. Morapedi, the acting CFO. She will deal with the financials part on the presentation. In the interest of time then, Honourable Chairperson, just a short introduction so that the committee will know during the presentation that the OCJ has improved during the period under review. Through the implementation of a robust turnaround strategy, the OCJ managed not only to improve the audit outcome, but also strengthen our internal controls. Honourable Chairperson, I think I should also note that we have a new EXCO member, and that is Ms. Puni Mpe, our Chief Director, HR, MD. And I should also put it on record that we have expanded the EXCO with members so that we include now all directors of court operations. And through that intervention, we have reduced the distance between the national office and the divisions. And we have realized and noted successes in that regard. So without further ado, Honourable Chairperson, with your permission, may we proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malone.
All right. Thank you, DDG. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Itumele Malau, and I'll be leading the presentation with regard to the annual report. Chairperson, let me start by thanking the committee for inviting the OCJ to come and present the annual report for the preceding financial year. Our presentation for the day, Chairperson, is structured as follows. It's divided into 4 parts. Part A will focus mainly on the introduction, the vision, the mission, as well as the mandate and the legislative requirements that governs the OCJ. And Part B will focus on the overall performance of the OCJ, the trend analysis of our performance since the 2017-18 until the 2022-23 financial year. We'll also give an account of the performance overview of the 2022-23 financial year, and we'll also zoom into the targets as per program structure, looking at the achievement of the targets, the reasons for deviation, as well as corrective measures for all the targets in our programs, in Program 1, which is administration, Program 2, court services, as well as judicial educational support, which is Program 3. And Part C of our presentation will focus on the audit scope, as well as the audit outcome, and we'll also look at the audit outcome for the financial year that we are reporting on. And Part D will focus on the financial statements, and that will conclude our first presentation focusing on the annual report. Chairperson,
sorry, before you proceed, Part A usually is standard. So is there a reason why you would want to tell us about the mandate, the legislative requirements, the vision, mission, and values?
Not necessary, Chairperson. I wanted to request, I was about to request that I skip that part. It's just the standard, part that we include on our presentation, but I wanted to request, that I skip it if that is in order, Chairperson.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I'm going to move straight to Part B, which mainly focus on performance information. Chair, during the year under review, we had 27 targets, and out of the 27 targets that we planned, we achieved 21, leaving us with a variance of 6, meaning that 6 targets were not achieved. And the next slide focuses on the overall percentage achievement. Overall, we managed to achieve 78% of our targets, and 22% was not achieved. And in terms of program performance, Chair, as already indicated, we've got 3 programs. Program 1 is administration, which is generic across all government departments. Our Program 1 had 16 targets, and out of 16, we managed to achieve 10, and then 6 were not achieved. Program 2, which is our core business, superior court services, had 6 targets, all of them were achieved. Program 3, which is judicial education and support, had 5 targets, and all of them were achieved. And in total, as already indicated, we had 27 and 21 was achieved, and 6 was not achieved. The next slide, Chair, focuses on the trend, in relation to our performance from the 17-18 financial year to 22-23 financial year. I think the committee should note that in the 2017-18, we achieved 100% of our targets. And then in the 18-19, we achieved 90%. 19-20, we went to 70%. And in the 2020-21, we achieved 88%. 21-22, we achieved 87.5%. And the 22-23, which is the reporting period, we achieved 78%. Next slide, Chairperson, focuses on the key highlights of our performance. And the following were the highlights of our performance during the reporting period. We managed to achieve an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings for the 2022-23 financial year. And we are also able to keep our vacancy rate at 9.8%, which is below the 10% target as prescribed by DPSA. And we conducted 124 skills enhancing judicial education courses for all judicial officers and also the aspiring judicial officers. And these courses were mainly attended by 3,798 delegates. And Chairperson, the OCJ was able to ensure that at least there's 51% of women representation at SMS during this period. And 93% of the quasi-judicial matters were finalized within the prescribed timeline at the end of the 2022-23 financial year. And 25 fraud prevention and anti-corruption awareness sessions were conducted as part of institutionalizing fraud awareness within the OCJ. Chairperson, I'm moving now to program performance, mainly focusing on the targets that were achieved and those that were not achieved during the reporting period. Also focusing on those targets that were not achieved. Will also outline the reasons for deviation as well as the corrective measures. And maybe in the interest of time, Chairperson, may I request as well that I only focus on those targets that were not achieved and also outline their reasons for deviation as well as, the measures that management has put in place to ensure remedial action. Chair, the first target under Program 1, which was not achieved, was mainly the percentage of staff in the department that comprised of youth. And the annual target in relation to this output was 30%, and the actual output was 28%, leaving us with a variance of 2% against the annual target of 30%. And the reason for deviation for this was that the percentage of youth decreased due to youth who resigned from the department because of better opportunities. And the following corrective measures has been put in place by management. The OCJ will advertise and will fill all vacant positions targeting this category of people, which is youth. And the next output that was not achieved is percentage of people with disabilities representation in the department. The annual prescribed target is 2%, and we managed to achieve 1.5%, leaving us with a variance of 0.5%. And the reason for deviation is that the department could not reach the target as the earmarked positions did not attract people with disabilities. And corrective measures that the OCJ will engage the NGOs dealing with people with disabilities and benchmark with other departments which have achieved the target and implement recruitment processes that attracts people with disabilities. The third target that was not achieved during the year under review is the number of service centers with court online systems rolled out. The annual target was to roll out the court online into 5 service centers, and we only managed to roll it out in 2 service centers, leaving us with a variance of 3, meaning that it was not rolled out in 3 service centers. And the reason for deviation is that there were delays in the development of the system and completion of the court online system, and corrective measures that the OCJ will engage CETA to stabilize the court online system through a maintenance and support contract. And in addition, Chairperson, the OCJ will ensure that rollout preparation, amongst others, which includes network upgrades, the procurement of hardware, are included, and finalize the establishment of contact centers, training, and change management programs before the actual rollout can happen. The next output that was not achieved, Chairperson, was the audit outcome for the OCJ. This is the audit outcome for the 2021-22. The target was clean audit outcome for the 2021-22 financial year. And unfortunately, Chairperson, we did not get a clean audit in the 2021-22. And the actual output was unqualified audit outcome with findings for the 2021-22 financial year. And the variance was unqualified audit outcome with findings. And the reason for deviation was that procurement of ICT goods and services was not done through CETA at that particular time. In terms of the Section 7 of the CETA Act, which resulted in non-compliance. And the corrective measure is that the department will ensure that the procurement of ICT goods and services is done through CETA in terms of Section 7 of the CETA Act. The other output that was not achieved is percentage of tenders that were awarded to suppliers with level 4 and above BBBE status. The annual target was 80%, and the actual output was 0, leaving us with a variance of 80%. And the reason for deviation is that there were no tenders that were awarded due to delays in the CETA procurement process. And the corrective measure is that the OCJ will ensure that tenders above 500,000 are awarded to suppliers who meet the specific goals in line with the new preferential procurement regulations 2022. And the OCJ will procure all ICT goods or services through CETA as per CETA Act. The last output, Chairperson, that was not achieved, still under Program 1, was the percentage of fraud cases investigated within 60 working days. And the target was to investigate 75% of the fraud cases that have been recorded. And the actual output was 55%, and leaving us with a variance of 20%, meaning that 20% of fraud cases were not investigated within the prescribed timeline. And the reason for deviation was that the OCJ was seized with complex investigations relating to procurement irregularities, which were exacerbated by severe capacity constraints experienced within the forensic unit. And the said turnaround time was therefore negatively affected due to the inherent intricacies of these investigations. And the corrective measures that the OCJ Chairperson will investigate outstanding reported cases timeously, notwithstanding the resource availability and the complexity of the cases. Chairperson, moving to Program 2, as already indicated, Program 2, I'm not going to dwell too much on it. All the targets in Program 2 were achieved. The same applies to Program 3. All the targets under this particular program were achieved. And I'm now going to move to Part C of our presentation, which focuses on the audit outcome. Honorable Chairperson, last year when we appeared before this August House, we reported a regress in our audit outcome, which was mainly caused by the gaps in our procurement processes. And in our appearance, we made an undertaking that we will review our processes and put controls in place. And Chairperson, we even shared our turnaround strategy, which includes our action plan with the committee as part of our undertaking to improve our performance. Chair, today we are delighted to report to this committee that those controls that we have put in place have finally yielded the results, and the OCJ has once again achieved a clean audit outcome for the 2022-23 financial year. Honorable Chair, the next slide will focus on the audit scope as well as the audit outcome, and then basically giving an account of our audit outcomes since the OCJ became a vote in 2015. Chair, if we look at the graphical representation as presented, you will note that in the 2015-16 financial year, we received an unqualified audit outcome opinion with material findings. The same applies in the 2016-17, we received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings. And in the 17-18, we received a clean audit, which is unqualified audit with no material findings, with no findings. And then 18-19, the same, we received a clean audit. 19-20, we received a clean audit. 2020-21, we received a clean audit. And as already indicated, in the 2021, we regressed 10% due to the irregularities that we experienced in our procurement process. And in the 2022-23, which is the year that we are reporting on, Chairperson, we again regained our audit, our clean audit status. We got an unqualified audit opinion with no findings. What was the scope of audit? As per Auditor General's, focus. Chairperson, the Auditor General focused on three distinct areas during their audit. The first one was the focus was on the annual financial statement, and the outcome of our financial statements is that there were no material misstatements identified in our annual financial statements. And we also focused on the performance information, and in terms of the outcome, Chairperson, there were no material findings on the usefulness and the reliability of the audited performance information. And lastly, the Auditor General focused on the compliance with legislation. And again, Chairperson, there were no non-compliance material findings identified by the entity during the year under review. And as already indicated, the final outcome or final opinion coming from the Auditor General was that the OCJ received an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. The next slide, Chairperson, focuses on, again, the overall audit outcome for the 2022-23 financial year. And again, the areas or the focus areas for audit were mainly on financial statements, annual performance report, looking at the performance information. And there were also, the Auditor General also zoomed on compliance with legislation with emphasis on the procurement and contract management, expenditure management, asset management, strategic planning, consequence management, as well as annual financial and annual report. Chairperson, if you look on the right-hand part of the presentation of the slides, you will note that in the 2021, we were found wanting on two areas and under compliance, which is procurement and contract management, as well as expenditure management. And we have since improved on those two areas. In the 2022-23, you will note that we are all green in all aspects, of audit. And as a result, that resulted in our clean audit status. Chairperson, allow me to pause here and hand over to our CFO or acting CFO, who will take the committee through the financial information. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malao. Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and the honorable members. My name is Palamara, the acting CFO. I'll take you through the financial performance. During the 2022-23, OCJ was allocated a budget of 2.6, of which we spent 2.4 billion. We had an underspending of 6%. The overall majority of our budget was allocated to Program 2, of which is the core business for the Office of the Chief Justice, of which the underspending under the Program 2 was 5%. And then if you go to the next slide, the budget is in line with our economic classification. Most of our budget was allocated to compensation, of which under compensation we underspent with 4.8%, and then on goods and services was 3.5%, and then transfer subsidies, which is made mainly because of the judges' gratuities, and then also on the purchase of capital assets is 5.6%. So overall, OCJ underspent with 6.2%, of which I believe it's good, and it's due to the issues of the fact that most of our underspending was under compensation. The reason why we had underspending under compensation is due to the fact that Treasury had allocated the budget for compensation after the AE&E during November, of which it's a short period when we have to then do the process of recruitment. The other issue was the fact that we had to then adjust our budget ceiling because of the budget cuts for 2023-24. So under Program 2, we could not spend most of the budget allocated because we had to align it to the the budget for 2023. We had to be within the ceiling of the 2023-24 budget that was reduced. And then the other reasons for underspending was due to the goods and services for ICT budget where some of the services had to be put on hold due to irregularity in the tenders that were still being investigated. And then for capital assets, is as a result of the vehicles for the judges that we are spending on a month-to-month basis due to the delays when we procure the judges' vehicles. So we end up paying it under goods and services rather than paying it under capital assets. On the underspending on program 2.3, it's also due to the issue of the late budget allocated on goods on compensation and goods and services, judicial training, the invoices that came late, and then the underspending on the judges is due to the transfer and subsidies for gratuities. The projected funds, we paid lesser than what we have projected for the gratuities for the judges. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditures, like 48, OCJ had a total of 121,705 irregular expenditure, which includes the 2021-22 because we are still waiting for Treasury to condone. And this is due to the non-compliance with CETA. So as in when we are still paying this contract until they come to an end, we will continue to have this irregular expenditure until the contract has come to an end. So we have applied to Treasury for condonation of this figure. And then on the 30 days, we have paid almost 99% of invoices within 30 days during the period of 2022-23. That's all from us, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you.
Can we see your face, CFO? Can we see your face?
This is me, Chairperson. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, that brings us to the end of the presentation, and I would really like to thank the Portfolio Committee Chairperson, for their continued support, in ensuring that, the OCJ executes its mandate effectively. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll hand over to DDG. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Malal. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, are we going to finalize the questions on the annual report first before we go to the second presentation?
Yes, maybe let's do that. Let's do that. Let me invite members for questions and comments. Are there any questions or comments? Honorable Werner Horn, Honorable Swart, Honorable Nivot Tuchan, Honorable Maseko Jela, in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning from my side, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, I think a few pertinent issues relating to the performance of the Office of the Chief Justice as a department, which is of course not all necessarily to be extracted from the annual report. First up, and of course no interaction with the Office of the Chief Justice can at this point happen without asking about the progress with the case lines matter. We know in the past there was a view that to share too much with the Portfolio Committee might jeopardize efforts to successfully deal with the matters, the matter through the courts. I would think that hopefully by this point, and with the exchange.
Sorry, Honorable Horn. Sorry, Honorable Horn. We are going to go to that presentation.
Okay.
On the case line is a standalone item.
Okay, I'll park that then. Then the other two issues I wanted to raise, Chair, is firstly on security at the different offices, but also the courts, we know that there was that break-in at the Office of the Chief Justice. What is the current status of that investigation into that, as well as the agreement, if any, with the Department of Justice? When this portfolio committee had its visit to the Mpumalanga High Court specifically, we were struck by the fact that seemingly because of the overlapping functions around this, there was to be a possible disruption in security services there. So if we could be appraised as to whether the protocol around security at both offices of the Chief Justice and our courts have been addressed to the satisfaction of the OCJ, and what is the status there on that now. And then another matter which I thought important to raise, Chair, is the whether there's been any progress. And we know the answer is always that matter is on the level of the judiciary itself with the department, with the finalization of the court administration model, whether any further feedback has been received from the executive. We know seemingly it's been with the executive for some time now. And then in relation to that, to what extent has the Office of the Chief Justice embarked on a process to be able to take over then the administration of all courts, if that is still the idea? I see nothing in the annual report regarding, let's say, preparatory work, feasibility studies, a model to do so. If that is still the idea, that must unfold at least during the term of the next Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. Honorable Swart.
No, thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I do, from my perspective, just want to congratulate the OCJ on the audit outcome, which has been a significant improvement from last year. Unqualified with no findings, as opposed to last year, which was unqualified with findings. So well done in that regard. Just one or two aspects that I would like to raise. There was a lot of media coverage around the safety hazards at the South Gauteng Court. Fire in particular, following Judge President Ronald Sutherland going public. I know the Judge President Dunstan Malamba was not happy with that, but I would like to know what is being done to address the fire safety hazards in the Johannesburg High Court. According to media reports, it indicates that emergency services find it would be unsafe to send firefighters into the building. Now, obviously, this is a massive concern. We from Parliament had that devastating fire, and I would like to know what is being done to address that issue as a matter of urgency. Secondly, obviously, the issue that has impacted the courts as we've traveled around is the load shedding and generators. And of course, firstly, can you give us an update that mainly on the superior courts, that according to the annual report, only 6 have no backup generators installed. Is that when will that be addressed? There are of 23 superior courts, only 6 have no backup generators. Obviously, that has an impact on the courts. The second issue relates to that load shedding affects the ability of water reserves. Now, I understand this is beyond your control, but I appreciate the fact that the Office of the CJ has started installing water tanks in the superior courts to act a backup supply to municipal water. And out of 23 courts, 8 have water tanks and 15 do not have water tanks. Now, one is obviously aware that those that do not have water tanks, when there's a challenge with water, the courts do not sit, and that impacts court performance. So what has been done in that regard, subsequent to the annual report? as this obviously has grave implications for the delivery of services. The issue relating to case lines is going to be dealt with in the second presentation. One would like to know, and that we'll deal with later. I did also want to know, and this is a very sensitive question, Chair, but the allegations against the Secretary General that were referred to in an affidavit by one of the directors involved in the case lines issue, I'd also asked whether that can be covered in the presentation, the second presentation, whether anything has been done about that. Chair, thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Nieuwoudt-Bruggen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone on the platform, and thank you very much to the OCJ for your presentation. I'd also like to add my congratulations on the clean audits and the unqualified audit outcome. Just two simple questions that I have, one with regard to the targets not met with regards to people with disabilities filling the vacancies. I just wanted to know what the way forward will be, what the OCJ is planning to increase that target, just the way forward. And then secondly, the target not met because of CETA, the delays with CETA. It's not only the OCJ that speaks about the processes being delayed at CETA, but other entities as well. So I'm just curious from the OCJ side, what would the way forward be and how to get over that because of the targets not being met because of the delays at CETA. Thank you. That's all from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nieuwoudt-Bruggen. Honorable Maseko Cele.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning.
And change the pen, please.
And good morning also. Good morning to the SG and the team. And Chairperson, I just want to also add my voice in congratulating the OCJ for the progress on their report of the AG. It's very important that we need to encourage them, Chair, on that matter. But the first question, Chair, my questions for now will be on the understanding. Though they are reporting progress, Chair, the improvement on the issues of procurement, I think I would also request, in fact, to join Honorable Velma on the issue of the CETA. If there has been any engagement with the CETA in relation to those issues of procurement processes, Chair. The other question, Chair, I think the issue of spending, it's a problem. Whatever reasons that we can get or we are getting from the department, but it is the issue that they need to be very Chair, work on it because it affects it takes us to the issues of budget cut. Because even if there are reasons, but it is important that they need to take care of it because in their explanations, they also have the issue of invoices that are coming late on their side. And that is the issue that cannot be accepted because somebody must be having, must do a follow-up on those invoices to come in time so that they don't find themselves in this situation, Chair. So I would really want to hear from them as to the plan that they have in terms of making sure that that issue of the late invoice, how are they going to deal with it, Chair? And then the other question, Chair, it is on the issue of the irregular expenditure. that of 69 million. Yes, I think it's still part of causing all these issues. How much of this 69 million under expenditure has been requested for condonement? If they can give us that information. And then lastly, Chair, it is on the issue of the staff chairperson. We reported that there is 285 employees leaving the department or left during this financial year, chairperson. Obviously, that leaves them with some vacancies. I know that they have reported that they have filled some vacancies, but there is this turnover rate of critical occupation stands, which is going to stand on the 186, Chair, 186. So if maybe they can also explain a bit on that one. Lastly, it is on the issue of, we are reported of they've dealt with the misconducts cases, which is about 29. The grievances, I think Honorable Swart covered this one of the grievances also. If we can also get more information on that one. And then the 32 disputes, Chair, can we get more information on those ones too, so that we get stability within the department in relation to these issues? Thank you very much, Chair. I'll end there.
Thank you, Honorable Jale. I think two issues on my side. One is the issue that was raised by Honorable Swart about the 6 generators. One, what I would like to know is that is the Supreme Court of Appeal part of those courts that have you classify as having generators? And if the question is, if the answer is yes, but the issue is that when we were there, that generator was not effective because it was only lighting the passages, not the actual court rooms. But I think I will await your response on that. And secondly, have you made a comparative study between the use of generators and the use of UPS? Which one would be much more effective and which one would be less cheap? Because I think that the issue with generators is that you will need money to buy diesel every time. And UPS, if you have the batteries, you don't need that continuous cash. So which one, I think the question would be, have you thought about the use of UPS and to be installed in our courts? And then my last question, it's with regard to the judges' gratuities. You have underspent there. You said that there was a variation between your forecast and the actual. I mean, what was the basis of, in fact, what led to the variation? Because you seemingly your projections were higher than the actual. What led to that? If you know that these are the number of judges that are supposed to be getting gratuity, but if that number becomes less, what led to that? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I've written down all the questions, and please highlight if we omit to answer a specific question. I'm going to ask my colleagues to assist, but let me start off by saying that the progress on the finalization of the court admin model is an issue that is dealt with between the judiciary and the executive. And unfortunately, the OCJ is in no position to respond today. And this question should actually, I would propose, be directed to the minister to get that progress. Furthermore, the lower courts bill, to my knowledge, has not been passed, and hence we cannot respond today on that. Then, Honourable Chair, various questions relating to security as well as facilities. I'm going to ask Mr. Naidu to respond on those. It will also include the safety hazard mentioned in the Gauteng court, as well as load shedding and water tanks. Mr. Naidu, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. I'm going to start with the initial question, which was regarding the break-in. I think the short answer is we haven't received any update in terms of whether suspects were arrested on that matter. So we just await from time to time when the SAPS is able to update us in that regard. So at this point in time, we are unable to confirm who the perpetrators were, whether anybody was arrested or convicted for that matter. On the issue of the security equipment, I think in general, but specifically the Mpumalanga High Court, after the visit, yes, indeed, DOJ did deploy service providers. There were initially 157 cameras that were down, I think, at the time of the visit. At this point in time, there's still 65 cameras down. There has been a software issue that was detected, which they're trying to attend to, but the service providers are attending to it on a regular basis, which is contracted to DOJ. In general, I think for us as the OCJ, there are still a lot of challenges with regards to security, especially the security infrastructure, which is aged. And we are engaging DOJ on a monthly basis as per our SLA to try and resolve some of these, as well as within the OCJ, as much as we don't have the direct function of security, we are able to find funding from time to time to invest into the security infrastructure. But currently, we've identified the Constitutional Court, which is underway. We are currently restoring the system at the Constitutional Court so that we have full functionality of that system. We're looking at the Land Claims Court in addition to that, which is not part of the DOJ scope or the contract. We're also upgrading at the National Office, which was a purchase order was issued a week ago. So we are engaging the service provider to finalize the installation of additional security measures at the National Office. On the issue of the fire hazards, indeed, yes, there are fire hazards at many superior courts. The OCJ took an initiative after the burning of the Bank of Lisbon building to conduct its own independent assessments throughout the country. So we've conducted up to date 14 sites. 14 superior courts have got a fire assessment. And some are worse than Johannesburg, but we treat them all the same. They're all a risk to us, not only to the judiciary, but also to the litigants as well as the stakeholders that we have coming to court. The idea is a two-prong approach that we are taking. After the assessment of each report, and based on the types of remedies that we require, some would fall within the ambit of the OCJ, which we are attending to directly, and some would fall within the ambit of public works, which is the custodians of most of the facilities. So we've already compiled action logs and distributed them to our DCOs who are implementing the recommendations through either implementing themselves, which is our own responsibility, or alternatively to engage public works at the regional level to address some of those issues.
Sorry. I think the question was specific. This has happened in Johannesburg South, Gauteng South. What are you going to do specifically, or what have you done specifically to that court?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, specifically to that court, we've already, like I said, we've already drafted an action log and we've distributed that to the Director Court Operations. And we are providing support also from a national level in terms of addressing what is the OCJ's responsibility. Also looking at trying to find solutions with regards to the compounded filing problem that they have, so that we can try and minimize that, which is one of the biggest fire risks that we've found. And that was through digitization and through IJS, as well as trying to find alternative spaces to store records, which is offsite storage through NASA. And we are getting some positive feedback in terms of that. The issue is in terms of implementation because of the volumes of records that we have. And then the second part is we've also started to engage public works so that they can address the issues that are out of our scope in terms of the fire safety hazards that we identified. On the issue of load shedding and the 6 generators, I can report that the one court that we had a problem with it, which is Toyando, where the generator was removed by the municipality we share with the provincial government, sorry, not municipality. That generator has been now replaced, and the provincial government is now sharing that service with the Superior Court at the moment. The court at the same time is scheduled for a repair and renovation project, which will commence in January. And part of that project will include the installation of a brand new generator for that court. So at this point in time, the list from 6 is actually 5. On the 5 specifically, if I can give a breakdown on the 5 that was impacted, the one is partial, which is the Pretoria High Court, and it's the Palace of Justice that does not have a generator, but the Pretoria High Court does. So we look at them as separate installations, although they're across the road, but they fall under one court. So in that event, there is still a backup in the Pretoria High Court main building for the palace in the event of them having a challenge. At Middelburg, which is the local seat for Mpumalanga Division, it's a new facility that we've recently taken over. An application has been made to DOJ to assist in funding the installation of a generator, and we are processing that in terms of how Public Works requires the processes to unfold. The Western Cape High Court, consultants have been appointed, so in other words, the project has been approved. Public Works is in the process of appointing consultants for the installation of that generator. We foresee the project to be between 6 and 8 months, and that court will have a generator fully installed. The Labour Court, Western Cape, is a leased facility. So I've already engaged with the landlord. There is no space, unfortunately, at that site for a generator to be installed, but the landlord is looking for solutions on our behalf, including their existing generator capacity at least to run 2 courts, 2 chambers, and the general office, so that the court remains open no matter what. On the Toyando, I addressed Pietermaritzburg in KZN. An R&R project has been registered, and the generator is included, but the generator project is separated from the R&R, so it will commence immediately. Finalization is scheduled for 30 November this year. On the Labor Appeals Court, the site doesn't have space for a generator. However, we're in the process of finalizing a relocation for the Labor Court in Durban. That court is hopefully will relocate to a new site in the High Court precinct next to the Durban High Court by June 2024. That site is already being equipped with generator and backup power supplies. On the last issue, second last issue with regards to the SCA. Yes, indeed, the SCA does have a generator which does not have the full capacity for the court. We are in the process of requesting an upgrade for that generator so that we can power the rest of the facility. In the interim, we have been assured by the municipality that we will not be subject to mainstream load shedding, so the court hasn't been affected that badly over the past few months, whereas others have, or the municipality has undergone the load shedding. But this is not a guarantee on our part, so we're trying to prioritize and get DOJ to prioritize the upgrading of that generator. On the last issue, Chair, with regards to the UPSs, we do have UPSs, but the UPS is a short term, a very short term. In other words, when the power goes off, the UPS is actually the equipment that bridges a gap. It lasts for about between an hour and 2 hours, depending on the capacity, and it powers only certain equipment. So, for example, in the court, we would attach a UPS to the CRT machines so that recordings are not lost, and the computers and so on inside the court, but it would not power lighting and so on. It doesn't have that capacity. We are looking at other options, including solar energy and so on, so that we can try and circumvent the dependence only on diesel in the medium to long term. On the water tanks, the numbers have changed since the last report. We now have 7 that do not have at all, and we have 2 that are partially equipped with water tanks. The 7 includes the Concord, the Land Claims Court, Labor Appeals Court in the Western Cape, Polokwane, Thohoyandou, Pietermaritzburg, and Labor Appeals Court in Durban. Now, at the Concord, there's already a project underway. They are currently installing a water tank, and they should be finished by January or Feb, depending on how the pace is in terms of that, but the project is on schedule. The Land Claims Court, we've engaged with the landlord recently so that they can look at the options of installing, and they are still conducting assessments to finalize that installation if there is a possibility to install. The Labor Appeals Court, Western Cape, again, they do not have space in the building. The building is quite tight in terms of its availability in space, but we have discussed looking at miniature tanks that will fit into the spaces that are available. We've discussed that with the landlord, and we're hoping to get a solution in the next 2 or 3 weeks. At Polokwane, there is no need for a water tank because there is a reservoir on top of the court. However, we are having challenges which DPW is currently addressing as a design flaw because the tanks are located on the top of the building. They are expected to store water and supply continuously to the court. So at any given time, if there is an interruption in water, that tank would be full. However, at this point in time, due to the design flaw, we are having some challenges now and again on that court. Thohoyandou, as I've indicated earlier on, Chair, there is an R&R project, and included in that R&R project, there would be a water tank installed at that court. At the PMB High Court, we also have an R&R project. We are finalizing the final sketch plans and the requirements with Public Works, and that court will also be included as part of the installation for a water tank. The Labor Appeal Court in Durban, as I've indicated, the relocation plans are on track. The court should be fully relocated by June 2024, and at the new site, there is already accommodation made for backup water supplies as part of the High Court construction project. Chair, I think I've covered all the aspects. Unless I have missed any, I will be guided by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Honorable Chair, I'm going to hand over to the CFO. CFO, if you can address the late invoices and irregular expenditure and maybe the gratuities before we go to CIO and DDG. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the issues of the underspending due to late invoices, we have put in place the engaging the suppliers. Like last financial year, we had a lesser accruals because we managed to follow up the invoices up until the 31st of March. The ones that we had, it was for training, for the judicial training, and it happened on the last week of the month of March, of which we tried by all means to engage a supplier, but they were delivered late. But we have put the measures in place to follow up. Hence, even last year, on our financial statement, the figures for accrual, they were very, very low, because we managed to follow up most of the invoices so that we managed to pay them and reduce the underspending. On the issue of irregular condonement, we have submitted a whole 69 million, including the 52 of previous financial year, of which Treasury then they requested us to remove it, because according to the new framework, if they don't condone, then we need to ask the accounting officer to remove the whole amount. So we are in the process of the accounting officer to remove the figure, to approve the removal of the two figures, which is 121 for both the financial years. On the judges' gratuities, Chair, we were, before the adjustment budget last year, we were anticipating overspending. Then we requested Treasury to shift some funds during the AENE. So then they managed to move some funds from the we managed to then request more funds. We were not shifting, we were requesting more funds on the transfer subsidies. Then they managed to fund the transfer subsidies, but we then realized that some of the judges were not going to be paid. They were supposed to be paid in this new financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. CIO, delays at SITA, if you can address that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issues of the delays at SITA, the OCJ actually has complied fully with the Section 7 of the Act, which is the SITA Act, that requires the departments to procure through the SITA on all ICT goods and services. We have sent quite a number of tasking letters and business cases to SITA as required. So the ICT unit and SCM were then trained. This was in line with the training that we received from SITA in terms of their procurement process. But I think because of the effect of the delays as well, probably there is they are receiving overwhelming requests from departments. We then did get the delays in terms of the procurement. There are weekly follow-up meetings that takes place between the ICT unit and also with SITA in terms of the procurement. There are also engagements or escalations that were done several times through the DDGs and also all the way to the level of the SG, where she has been writing letters to SITA MD. She also had quite a number of meetings for follow-up with the SITA regarding the years. The issue of the delays. In December, end of December, there was a meeting that took place between the CFO and the team at SITA, where we were given the delegations to procure items below 500,000. I think because of the fact that we also received it by the end of December, we were only left with 1 quarter to do the procurement for that financial year. But it also assisted in terms of relieving that the challenges. The question was also what needs to be done. I think we are in a difficult space because we have to continue to be compliant with the SITA Act. However, it was recommended to the SITA management that maybe they need to look at the increase of transversal contracts so that the government departments can also partake on it. And then it will relieve maybe the backlogs that are there at SITA procurement. And also if they can also consider the increase of the delegation, maybe from 500 to probably 1 million rand for procurement of software. Maybe that, if it is taken by the SITA or implemented, it will also relieve the pressure and also the delays of procurement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CIO. We are left with disabilities, Honourable Chair, DDG.
No, thanks, DDG. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Nakampi Mukhala. I'm going to respond on employee staff turnover and also people with disability, and then I'll leave misconduct cases for the DDG to respond to. When you look at the nature of OCJ, is that we deal mainly with a lot of judges' secretaries, and our judges are in such a way that some prefer permanent employment, some prefer contract employment because of different reasons. Hence, you will see if one do the analysis, which we can also share with the portfolio committee, is that some of the contracts, when they end, and some do come back, one will see as if we've got high staff turnover. But if you drill down into the details, you will find that we are still within the threshold which is acceptable within public service. That is staff turnover. When we come with people with disability, it is not easy, and I think it's a problem with other departments, but we have tried a lot. First, what we did is to realize that there are people who have disabilities who have not disclosed. So we embarked on an awareness session for our employees to disclose. That's the first thing. The second thing, we looked at how to intervene. We became deliberate that most of our people, though they are within NGOs, people with disabilities, some of them, they've got no access to internet, WhatsApp, and other media areas. So what we have done, we have since approached these NGOs from different provinces. And thirdly, as ESCO, we have approved the ring fencing of certain posts for people with disabilities. And I'm happy to say, Chair, that those efforts or those interventions have since bear fruit, because when we closed our year, we were at 1.5 as it was presented here. But to share with you that currently we are sitting, by end of September, we are sitting at 1.9, and those statistics can be shared with the committee. So yeah, that's our response with people with abilities, and we hope to continue doing that so that we can also reach areas which we have reached with women at SMS. Thanks, DDG.
Thank you, Mr. Mogale. And finally, if I'm correct, Honorable Chairperson, misconduct, grievances and disputes, just to give the assurance to the committee that our labour relations has improved. We've got a strong team in our labour relations, and although we ended at the end of this financial year under review on 43, or we started off with 43, ended with 31 grievances. That was mainly due to Public Service Commission referrals. We've received those referrals and answers to those referrals back, and currently at the end of Q1, we have 8 grievances. So that is just to give the assurance that we are efficient in dealing with our grievances. If we look at misconduct, we ended up at the end of the financial year with 11, and we have currently 7. Also to note, Honourable Chairperson, that the majority outcome, 78% to be correct, during this financial year were in favour of the OCJ. Then if we go to disputes, we see the trend now. The more efficient we get in grievances and misconduct, there's a notion that disputes increased as we get more efficient. So currently, at the end of this financial year under review, we had 16 dispute matters. At the end of Q1 already, that was reduced to 14. So I'm sure that will provide the assurance to the committee that we are dealing effectively with our labour relations matters. Chair, if I'm correct, that then we've dealt with all the questions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. When we were at the Gauteng North High Court, I'll come to you, Honorable Judge, noted. When we were at the Gauteng High Court, the IJS promised to give you some money to deal with the digitization. How far is that process? Did you have meetings with them subsequent to our visit to the Gauteng North High Court? And what did those engagement yield if you did have meetings with the IJS, and how much has been allocated to yourselves to deal with that issue of the digitization, specifically to the Gauteng North High Court and to the Northwest High Court in Mmabatho? Honorable Chairman.
No, thank you, Chair. Mine, Chair, is a follow-up on your earlier question in relation to the gratuity.
Okay.
There's been an answer provided, and I remain not convinced with the answer that has been provided. Gratuity is not a general matter. It's very specific. You plan it, especially when it comes to judges. It's very specific because you know this is going to be the end of service. These judges, the way it's being responded suggests to me that there's a problem with their planning, and that you could have had that amount inflated unnecessarily, because there shouldn't be any confusion. If there were going to be 3 judges that would need a gratuity, because we know this is their term, it's about time and specific, it's not with any other issue. So it's not convincing. And so they either must tell us that in the manner they planned it, it was a general thing with an inflated kind of an amount, and not in the manner that they are responding. I'm not convinced with that. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chanchi. Can you respond to that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With the digitization, we have prepared a business case for IJS, and we are currently engaging the department so that we can latch onto that Veritas contract with them. To be honest, I don't know what the IJS will provide in monetary value. We are going to engage them again tomorrow. This afternoon, in fact, we're going to conclude our engagements with the department. So we're on the verge of latching on, and we view digitization as a sustainable solution for our old files. And coupled with Court Online, that is the future of our new files, new applications. I think we will be able to address the storage problem. But Honourable Chair, we can provide further info the moment that we've received this confirmation from IJS. Thank you. I think we've dealt with gratuities. Do you want to respond, CFO?
Okay, thank you, Chair. As I've already indicated that Treasury had allocated based on the request during the adjustment. The other issue was the fact that because the money for judges comes from the National Revenue Fund, Treasury had now provided more than what we had requested. That was one of the issues, that now we had more under funds that we had to underspend under transfer subsidies. What we had requested, they gave us more than what was requested under the transfer subsidies for judges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Honorable Chair, I think we've addressed all questions.
Was there any judge who resigned under the year under review? In the year under review?
Resigned, discharged. Yes.
No, resigned, not discharged,
Not-
resigned.
Honorable Chair, no. Not to our records.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Can we move now to the next presentation on case lines? Maybe as you are loading the presentation, can we have a 5 minutes comfort break?
Thank you, Chair.
Can we start?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The updates on the allegations of impropriety, procurement of case lines, and awarding of a cybersecurity contract to Pursuit Knowledge Consulting will be delivered by myself. The presentation was shared with all members, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight certain issues, but let's go to the introduction. As we present the presentation today, it will be a continuation of the Office of the Chief Justice previous appearances before the Honourable members of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services. The committee is aware that the OCJ has done a thorough investigation into the allegations of impropriety around the procurement of case lines and the awarding of the cybersecurity contract to PKC, or Pursuit Knowledge Consulting. I'll refer to PKC from now on. The outcome of this was then a crafting of a turnaround strategy to strengthen internal controls, and the implementation of these measures led to the clean audit as highlighted in our annual report presentation. And it further led to the OCJ's litigation initiatives on the case lines and PKC cybersecurity contracts. Now, Honourable Chair, as part of our turnaround strategy, the OCJ has collaborated with and strengthened our relationship with CITA, as we've alluded to earlier. And this relationship then ensured that all ICT procurement is currently being done and compliant with the CITA Act. So let me turn to PKC Consulting. To give feedback to the honourable members on 18 October 2022, I think that was the same date we've appeared before the honourable members, the court heard in an unopposed motion. The urgent application was first heard on the TVNP. And the OCJ opposed that urgent application and filed simultaneously then the counter application, which was heard on the 25th of July this year, 2023. And the honourable members should note that the court heard and ordered that the award of the above mentioned bid, that is now the PKC bid, by the OCJ and subsequent contracts entered into between the parties pursuant to such an award are reviewed, declared invalid, and set aside from inception. Criminal investigations commenced by the DPCI and were concluded, and the latest information that the OCJ received is that the director of PKC and the former employee of the OCJ were arrested on fraud and corruption charges, and they've appeared in the Palm Ridge Magistrates Court on the 10th of August this year, 2023. They were released on bail of 10,000 each. The next appearance was set for September, 26 September to be exact. And on that day, the matter was again postponed till the 8th of November for further disclosure of the docket. So the matter has been dealt with and is now in the hands of the law enforcement agencies. Now, similar to the PKC matter, we also refer to the matter, what we call the joint venture, JV, matter that relates to PKC and another party, Maputanuka, and that relates to the ICT professional support and maintenance service for a period of 36 months. So based on legal advice then, and with due consideration of business continuity, the OCJ approached the High Court on 9th of December 2022 for a judicial review of the award of the contract of the JV. The OCJ review application is pursuant to the irregularities that took the form of an undisclosed personal and business relationship between the director of PKC and the former employee of the OCJ, who was also actively involved in the procurement processes relating to the appointment of this JV contract. The OCJ sought a court order to regularize the legal relationship with the first respondent, Maputanuka, for business continuity purposes after this respondent confirmed per communique that it had severed its business relationships with PKC. We've provided the case number and it was filed on 15 December. The court has not yet pronounced the date of hearing. So that concludes the PKC matter. Honourable Chair, if we turn to case lines. Just to bring all members on board, that pursuant to a tainted contract regarding case lines with Thomson Reuters relating to the bid number OCJ 8 of 2021, the OCJ has on the 8th of May 2023 filed an application with the Gauteng Division of the High Court, and this application is twofold. In Part B, we seek, the OCJ seeks in the ordinary course to self-review the procurement of case lines evidence management platform from Thomson Reuters pursuant to an unlawful tender process. Coupled with that, on an urgent basis in Part A, and also to secure business continuity, the OCJ asked the court to urgently regulate the contractual relationship between the OCJ and TR, while the adjudication of Part B and the new fresh procurement process run their course. This relief sought by the OCJ, as I've highlighted, is to secure and safeguard the business continuity of the court online system, as case lines forms an integral part of the total solution. So we can then inform the honourable members that on 14 August 2023, the court heard the unopposed Part A application on an urgent basis and suspended the impugned award by the OCJ awarded to TR, pending the adjudication as set for the relief sought in the Part B application. The court has also ordered that the contract the OCJ concluded with TR on the 31st of March 2022, pursuant to the tainted award, is also suspended, and that the interim contract between the OCJ and TR is effective from that date of order. So the legal relationship has now been secured between TR and business continuity safeguarded. But following this issuance of the interim court order, Honourable Chair, the former employees launched an application to intervene in the Part B review application. A notice to oppose, coupled with an application to strike out certain paragraphs on the basis that they are scandalous, vexatious, or irrelevant, was filed by the OCJ, as the applicants lack a legal interest in the review application. A date has unfortunately not been set for this application to intervene. The Secretary General has filed an affidavit. I myself has filed a supporting affidavit, and similarly, a date for this Part B review has also not been pronounced by the court. The investigation by the DPCI is still ongoing, and the status quo remained in that regard. As closure, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the OCJ holds the view that substantial progress has been made in addressing the allegations of impropriety around the procurement of case lines and awarding of cybersecurity contract to the PKC, Pursuit Knowledge Consulting. In addition, that is the presentation, Honourable Chair. In addition, and it relates to the question of one of the members earlier in our engagement, I have to note that I am in no position today to speak on behalf of the SG. I think that will be improper to do in any event. I have highlighted that the application is before court, sub judice in that matter. Opposing applications, the notice to oppose has been filed. Our affidavits have been filed in that matter. And just to highlight that certain parts of the affidavit by the former staff members were requested to be struck based on what I've indicated, that it is vexatious and irrelevant. I thank you, Chairperson. We will take questions in this regard.
Thank you, DDG. Members, are there any questions or comments on the second presentation? Honorable Glenis Breitenbach, Honorable Steven Swart. Let's start with Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and to everybody. Chair, my question is an easy one. In the presentation, mention was made of people who have been arrested and appear in court. I presume that's public knowledge. Can we just have the names of those people, please? Otherwise, I have to go and look it up myself, and they can just tell me. It's so much easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the explanation. I just want to get it straight that pending the finalization of the litigation, the Part B, there is an interim arrangement that the contract for case lines will continue. If I can just get clarity on that regard. And then you did make mention of the presenter made mention of a new tender process. Can we just get clarity there? I'm trying to ascertain at what risk that case lines project is, given the fact that it has proved to be very efficient, and we want to commend the OCJ on that, but understanding that there were a significant number of challenges with the tender process. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Ms. Breitenbach, if I may, the names are Sipu Matika and Ms. Suping. What is the name? Masabata Suping. Then, Honourable Swart, I can assure you business continuity is key for us, as we are of the view that court online is the modernized way to deal with our court processes to ensure access to justice. Hence, in this interim contract, we have now defined our legal relationship with Thomson Reuters. They have secured the system. Business continuity has been safeguarded, but we can't sit and wait now for the court processes. Hence, we have tasked the CIO to start with a business case so that we can initiate this fresh procurement process before the interim contract has been concluded. That is valid for 24 months, 12 months with the option to extend for another 12 months. So we have 24 months in order to secure a proper, clean contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further hands. Let me take this opportunity first to congratulate you on your new plain audit. And thank you very much for the professional manner in which you have conducted yourselves in the past 4 years, that we have engaged with yourselves. And I think based on our engagement, we are quite comfortable that going forward, we are leaving the office of the Chief Justice in good hands, and we think that you will be able to take this office to greater heights. We would like to thank you and everybody in the office of the Chief Justice for the work that we have done. But what we can say that there has been, we would be happy if you can achieve stability in terms of performance. At some point you were 100%, you went to 70, 88, 80. So if we can have stability at 100% continuously, we would be very happy. But we also, we think that as part of our recommendation to the next committee, that they must keep an eye on the developments on this case line and other investigations that are continuing under your guidance, and that the next committee keep tab of those developments. But we have had a very fruitful engagements, and we are really very pleased that you are at the helm of that office of the Chief Justice. You have a very unique responsibility. That office can't afford not to achieve good governance, clean audits, top performance. It has to do that. That is the responsibility that you have as the office of the Chief Justice. But we'd like to thank all of you for the work that we have done. Members, if I may, but I think this we must raise it in your presence. Members, especially the Gauteng cohort, we promised that we will visit the Gauteng South. Judges are waiting for us there. We promised that we will visit them. So we have to finalize that issue. before the end of the year. We have to maybe just to save cost, maybe the members who are Gauteng based would need to do that and give a report to the committee. But we have to do that before we adjourn. Thank you very much, Office of the Chief Justice.
Thank you, Chair. May I also commend and thank the guidance that we've received from yourself, Honourable Chair, and each and every Honourable member. The support received has made us improve and has kept us, the oversight has kept us on our toes. And through that, improvements have been made. The benefit of the oversight visits by the Honourable Chair and the members cannot be overstated. That has also led to closer relationships, working relationships, networking by all stakeholder departments. So we thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Moy Lope. Is the SIU have they joined?
Yes, Chairperson, we are on the call.
Oh, okay. So can
join, Chair.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Advocate Mtibi and your team.
Thank you.
As you might have heard, you are given 60 minutes to make your presentation. We know that with SIU, even 24 hours will not be enough. So we are very gracious to give you 60 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will be within the time given, if not less. Thank you. Can we proceed, Honorable Chair?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We greet you, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members. Honorable Chair, I'm joined by my colleagues, whom will introduce themselves when they take the turn to present. We, in line with the honorable committee's guidance previously, we've also invited the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee to be in attendance, just in case there's a need for her to comment. Hopefully there will be. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will then proceed. If you can please slide on, my colleague. The table of contents, Chair, I will not go through it line by line. Next slide, please. The general information, as we always do, we take into account the constitutional mandate and also, of course, the legislative mandate of SIU on the right-hand side. Next slide. This slide indicates that we are in pursuit of our vision of being a state's preferred and trusted anti-corruption forensic investigation and litigation agency. And we know that to do that, to be preferred, we have to ensure that we earn that by executing our mandate proficiently. We've got the mission, and of course, we are driven, all of us at SIU, by those values. Next slide. This is the strategic overview, Honorable Chair. Of course, the details are in page 25 of the annual report, we have adopted the 4 outcomes in our strategic plan 2021-2024-25, and this has driven our performance over the time. This defined the interventions and initiatives primarily crafted on the areas that the SIU has prioritized, consistent with our mandate. The outcomes, as we indicate, are aligned and with our annual performance plan and operational plans internally, which provide a way to commit resources and accountabilities to actions. Collectively, this serves as a catalyst to realize the impact, as we would like to state later, that the impact of ridding society of fraud and corruption. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we believe that we are on track on achieving this high-level 4 outcomes of becoming a compliant and high-performing SIU. On a compliance side, and we will indicate later on, Chair, that we have ticked all the boxes of compliance this year, with the exception, of course, on the governance side around the audit, which we will talk to later on. We believe we are continuing to protect state assets and cash and continuing to restore confidence in state governance systems. Another focus area is proactive prevention of corruption and consequence management enforcement. The next slide indicates the accessibility of SIU. We're really indicating there that we are continuing to maintain an active presence in the public, and we do that by using social media. We also use that by using other channels of communications with the citizens. We've indicated later on in the presentation that Honorable Chair, there's a cross line which really is standing. But anyway, we will proceed. We've got offices now.
Sorry, Advocate Mthibi. Ms. Silkstone, can you mute yourself?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This slide really indicates that our coverage of the country is now complete since the establishment of the Northern Cape office in 2021. The next slide is around, we continue to do stakeholder engagements, which are very, very important. Stakeholder engagement on the next bullet point, they assist us to manage the needs and expectations of those who have interest in our work by instilling trust, confidence, and buy-in. And of course, as well as mitigating risks and the reputational harm of SIU. We've indicated in the year under review some of the stakeholder engagements that we've done in various provinces and the feedback that we continue to receive, which is very, very positive around the work of the SIU. The next slide, please. We now go into the performance information, Honorable Chair. We start off with the summary of performance, and that is outlined in page 24 of the detailed annual report. SIU performance information is presented in accordance with the approved annual performance plan of 2022-2023. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in the year under review, the SIU measured its performance on 17 indicators at output level. The organization achieved and exceeded the set targets on 15 indicators, and the 2 indicators we will indicate later on which ones they are. The performance reflects an achievement.
Oh no.
The performance performance reflects an achievement of 88%. There was a marginal reduction from 2021-22 performance of 100% attributable to external dependencies, but still reflects an outstanding performance achieved through the commitment of SIU staff to realizing SIU vision of being the state's preferred and trusted anti-corruption, forensic investigation and litigation agency. Honorable Chair, we thought it appropriate to indicate the next slide. Slide number 11, please. Yes. We thought it appropriate to indicate that in this year, the external auditors, Auditor General, selected Program 2, which measures the SIU's performance on its primary mandated functions that are of significant national, community, or public interest. That is Program 2, which is Investigations and Legal Counsel. SIU performs based on the 3 programs, which is Program 1, which is mainly enabling functions, support functions. Program 2, which is investigations and legal, and Program 3 is around the data analytics. Right, now on this program, the AG indicates, still on slide 11, the AG indicates that they evaluated and reported performance on the selected program against the criteria developed from the performance management and reporting framework, as defined in the general notice. When an annual performance report is prepared using this criteria, it provides a useful and reliable information and insights to users on the public entities planning and delivery on its mandate and objectives. Next slide. The AGSA continues, Honorable Chair, without really going into line by line, but it's important to indicate that they looked at all the indicators in terms of how well-defined they are. And the last bullet point really indicates that the AGSA did not identify any material findings on the reported performance information Program 2, which is Investigation and Legal Counsel. We're really pleased on that. And the next slides support this view. On this slide, we are giving a 3-year view, starting 2021, where we achieved 75%, 2021 and 22, 100%, and 2022, 2023, 88%. Picking on the Honorable Chair's performance, comments on the previous presentation, we will really do our best to achieve stability going forward at 100% level. The next slide, it's a summary of performance per program, the programs that are indicated. Similarly, a 3-year view. If you look at 2021, 2021-22, and 2022-23, we're really indicating how each program performed. 2022-23, that's the one that ultimately gave us an aggregate of 88%. The next slide indicates that as we do our business and investigate based on proclamations signed by the state president, we have seen a growth in proclamation. And this growth is a clear indication of the reporting by the public and government and entities for SIU to investigate. We have seen an aggregate growth from 2016-17 to 2022-23 of 84% growth in proclamations. This is really quite a high growth that we have noticed, but we have geared ourselves up in terms of ensuring that the corresponding resourcing plan is in place to ensure that we execute our investigations and achieve our outcomes. So we thought it appropriate to indicate that to the Honorable Committee. The next slide now indicates the 2022-2023 performance dashboard. These are the highlights of the performance for the year under review. On the extreme left, top left, without really going into them, all of them, I'll just pick up some of the key ones. Top left is the rent value of potential and/or assets recovered. These are the potential recoveries that are in the pipeline based on the court orders that have been given, the acknowledgement of debts that have been acknowledged, settlement agreement, and so on. All that have been computed to 846, and we will be pursuing that to ensure that in the next year that also goes into actual recoveries. Now, actual recoveries for this year in the in the middle is 389 million actual cash that has been recovered. On the extreme right, at the top, it's rent value of contracts and/or decisions that have been set aside or deemed invalid. All of them quantified at 300 million. All those will also now be converted over time to actual cash that has to be reported on. On the left-hand side, number 2 is the rent value of potential loss prevented. These are the prevention that we advise the states on, particularly examples of procurement contracts that we find that they are irregular and there's still a number of years left in that contract. We advise the state not to proceed with that contract and not to proceed with payments as we now go to the special tribunal or to the courts to cancel it. And those losses that could have occurred had we not investigated, we quantified them as 2.1 billion. Honorable Chair, we've got now the referrals for disciplinary action for this year is 376. On the right-hand side, the referrals made for administrative action is 67,000. This number includes administrative decisions that were referred to be cancelled, emanating from the Department of Transport investigations. Those were the cancellation of licenses that have been fraudulently acquired. On the extreme left, referrals to the prosecuting authority. This year we counted 680. Investigations closed under a published a proclamation. In the middle, number 3 from the top, investigations that count to 70,000. Those, as we always explain, that under each proclamation, there would be various investigation areas that we look at, and we close each one as we investigate along. That's the number of the closed ones. Number 3 from the top on the extreme right, 2.4 billion. This is the amount of contracts which have been found irregular, and we have enrolled the matters at the special tribunal or in the courts. Those are valued at 2.4 billion. A related point is the last block on the extreme right. Cases that have been enrolled at the special tribunal is 35 of them, and the report submitted to the president is 21. And then, of course, the 100% that we speak to is the allegations that we receive. Each and every allegation that we receive from whistleblowers, we ensure that they are assessed, processed, and we give feedback to the whistleblowers. I spent some time on these headlines, Honorable Chair, because these are really the performance outcomes of the year under review by SAU. Now, the next slide, again, just really not to go in detail, is where we show deviations from planned targets in terms of how the targets have been exceeded. The first one, which is the potential cash that I was explaining to be recovered, the 846 million, we exceeded the 350, and the deviation by 496 million, it's really due to various proclamations that resulted and that we speeded up the investigation thereof to ensure that we end up with a significant number of potential cash to be recovered. The actual cash that was recovered, the target was 275 million. We exceeded by 113 million. We've identified that in the Department of Water Affairs, there was an outcome there that ensured that we shoot up the target. 2.3, which is the rent value of contracts that were identified to be set aside. That is one of the targets that really set us back in terms of the achievement. There was a contract worth about 1.5 or 1.6 billion, which we identified at ESCOM. That was the ABB, which should have been enrolled in the special tribunal in the year under review. There was a delay in the process by both SIU and ESCOM attorneys in enrolling that part. Of course, there's already been measures put in place that is reported to have been to be enrolled in this financial year. Chair, it's important to note that the monies related to that contract have already been paid in the ESCOM account. It's just really the court process of ensuring that it becomes a court order and that there's no uncertainty going forward. Honorable Chair, the next slide also just continues to show to the Honorable Committee on the referrals that we have made and the deviations. As you can see that we've really exceeded all the referrals that we have set ourselves. On the number of referrals for disciplinary, we have exceeded by 196. The number of referrals for administrative action, we have exceeded by 66,000. And those, as I indicated, in the Department of Transport Investigation, the Road Traffic Management Corporation, the referrals for cancellation of driver's licenses that have been fraudulently acquired. We refer those to the members of the Executive Council in the provinces, because they are the authorities that needs to cancel those licenses. The next slide, please, also indicates the matters where we have really exceeded. Again, if you see the annual target of matters which we had intended to enroll in the special tribunal or in the courts, the target was 2 billion. We exceeded that by about 471 million. Again, ESCOM investigation was the biggest contributor for this achievement. The next slides really are self-explanatory in terms of cases in the special tribunal and reports submitted to the president. These slides that we are indicating now, we really thought it appropriate, just in line with the previous slides where we show a trajectory on a 3-year view, without really going through it in line by line. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are continuing to see an overshoot in terms of performance. And we really look back and said that is attributable to the skills that we have brought at SIU and some of the committed staff members of SIU that are really ensuring that on a year-on-year basis, we exceed the performance. Now, on the next slide now, we are showing the Honorable Committee, as we have done before, that as we set the targets, we ensure that we really set targets year on year and show an increase so that there is no perception that we are setting up what one could call soft targets. Now, we do this taking into account the baseline performance, the previous year performance. We take into account ongoing investigations. We take into account possible outcomes of ongoing investigations, cases enrolled in the special tribunals, orders granted by the courts in setting up all these targets. as you can see, Honorable Chair and honorable members, that the percentage increase really takes into account that we should show an upward trajectory in terms of achieving these targets based on the pipeline and some of the ongoing investigations. So that the next slide also indicates the percentage increase on performance. Right, the next slide, Honorable Chair and honorable members, really indicates the proclamations that are ongoing, that were ongoing in the year under review. In the year under review, there were 17 proclamations that were signed by the President, and the ongoing investigations are indicated on the right-hand side. We've got 28 at a national level, including national SOEs, 23 proclamations at provincial, 14 local government, and 7 state-owned entities. The next slide, Honorable Chair, as we always do, we really indicate that as we investigate, we really ensure that we meet the following outcomes as part of ensuring that there's consequence management, and we make the impact that the public and public representatives like honorable members expect of the entity like SIU. We ensure that we really institute civil litigation where we need to recover assets back to the state. Honorable Chair and honorable members, as we investigate, we uncover various methods by those who are corrupt in hiding assets. A simple example that we can quote is what we published yesterday in terms of the asset recovery in the National Lottery. We have seen endemic corruption, and that was committed there, and we are pleased to see continuous consequence management. Proceeds of corruption that are subject to confiscation, they often need to be secured and swiftly after detection to avoid dissipation. We are doing that in various of our investigation, and I'm quoting the National Lottery because it's an example where we have made an announcement with the NPA asset forfeiture unit, and we have seen that it's effective. It's sending the appropriate message to those who are corrupt out there. The disciplinary actions and referrals to the NPA, and of course, referrals to other regulatory authorities. Honorable Chair, we are really pleased that our investigators, and through the investigative methods that we use, we continue to uncover very complicated structures and layers of collusion and deception by those who are corrupt, but we uncover them and ensure that we act. And at the bottom there, we also do systemic recommendations to the state institutions so that they can prevent this incidents from going forward, improve the control environment, and ensure that we contribute to the National Corruption Prevention Framework. The next slide, Honorable Chair, as part of ensuring that we contribute to the administrative referrals, there has been a public call, including by the Honorable Committee, that we also need to act on the companies that are doing business and are involved in the wrongdoing. This is the slide that shows that we are doing that in terms of blacklisting of those companies, and the numbers are shown in the next slide. The next slide continue the numbers. Again, we are showing a 3-year view. In 2020-2021, about 207 companies at various of those institutions have been reported, and the National Treasury and state institutions involved, they really took action. We are pleased to see that. 2021-22, 146, and 2022-23, 32. There is a note that we need to make that in addition to taking action to these companies, we are now also focusing on individual directors to ensure that there's also consequence management at that level. The next slide also it's a continuation really of the numbers that we are reporting, and this is really by the number of referrals. As you can see, Eskom is topping the list, followed by the Free State Provincial Treasury, Transnet, and the others. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are really pleased to see that state institutions, departments are acting in this regard on our referrals. These are examples of actions being taken. Just to really conclude on this one is that the presidency has also come in and created a mechanism where they are assisting in monitoring the referrals, and really we are looking forward to that process, also bringing out the results of ensuring that SIU referrals are implemented in all state institutions. The next slide, Honorable Chair, as we indicated, Program 3 of our delivery mechanism of performance delivery is market data analytics. We brought this in about 4 or 5 years ago, but now we are beginning to see the results now. Market data analytics, as we indicate at one of the last slides, is that this is the future. And we are indicating to the state institutions that we need to do data analytics, which SIU is leading, to ensure that we demonstrate and uncover the corruption exposures, maladministration exposures, so that we inform the improvement of the control environment. We started on the second bullet point there. We have started with the PPE investigation. We appointed a senior manager market data analytics who is a qualified master's in mathematics in terms of running the models. This is such a key initiative. We have already shared it with other stakeholders. We will now go and demonstrate to the state institutions in terms of their exposures. At the last bullet point, we have also partnered with the National Treasury and the CSIR. We also now brought in the HSRC so that the crunching of the data is scientific and we are able to show the results. The next slide, Honorable Chair, is that as we do our business, it's a busy slide, but I'll summarize. This is the digitization of our business value chain. As you can see at the top on the pre-proclamation phase, it's a case registration system. We have brought in the digitization thereof. There's a system that enables the assessment of the allegations that are brought in up until scoping and the proclamation space. In the middle there, investigation and litigation phase, as you can see, there's a system that supports investigation, management, planning, and the scheduling of the investigation. We will continue to ensure that we automate this process. The closeout part on the extreme right at the top, there's a case monitoring system that we have also, and the rest of the other abilities that we are bringing in the middle there, as you can see, investigation support, cyber forensic laboratory, forensic data analysis, forensic accounting. We have really realized that it's important for institutions like ourselves to bring up forensic accountancy so that we are able to support the investigation. Honorable Chair and honorable members, as I indicated, on the next slide, we go into governance. And I'm going to introduce my colleague, who's the head of strategy, who will be taking the honorable committee through the governance slides. In the interest of the time, we indicated, and as we prepared, is that we've got really quite a bulky presentation, but we'll take it within the time limits given by the honorable committee. My colleague, Ms. Lamini, if you can take through the committee through the governance process, please. Thank you.
You are
Okay,
left
thank
with
you.
30 minutes. You are
How
left
many
with
minutes?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Thank you. Colleagues, if you can bear that in mind, please.
Okay. Thank you, HOU, and good morning to our portfolio committee, as well as the chairperson and the colleagues. I'll take you into the governance as we SIU. We have number of appearance in Parliament. As we know that we've have the briefing the portfolio committee on our annual performance plan on the year under review, and we also brief the Department of Correctional Services on other issues. But we've seen as a SIU the increase of SIU being called or invited by SCOPA. We've been presenting to SCOPA on various SIU investigation, which is now is part of the ongoing invitation that we receive as an organization. And on our internal governance structure, we've managed as an organization to have a structure that has been established to monitor SIU activities and also to ensure that the SIU is achieving its objective as planned. In the year under review, we had our internal committees. These internal committees, we have external committee members that are assisting us as SIU on the issues of governance. We've got audit committee that is active. We've got risk and management committee. We've got information technology committee and human capital committee. Most of the details on these committees are on our annual report as tabled on page 110 of our annual report. We also had our internal audit. The year under review, we had 20 audit engagement to make sure that we strengthen the internal controls and also the governance internally. The list is also here, and is also more details on our annual report on page 122. We also had a business continuity management. SIU continue to manage our business incidents that could impact on the continuation of the operation of SIU through the following approved processes under the business continuation plan that we have and been approved. We have established a full disaster recovery site where our all IT have been backed up, so we call it the DR site. We also develop business continuity procedures for all our crucial ICT system. We also had a frequent stress test when it comes to our ICT system. We also have backup generator, as you know, that we all now and then get load shedding. So we make sure that for business continuity, we have a backup generator and other items that are talking to our business continuity. On other side, we have whistleblowing and reporting mechanism. As indicated, we have seen a very increase in this number of reports that we receive through this whistleblower mechanism, even if it's not amended internally, but is externally. In the year under review, we had 1,717 reports that were reported, compared to the previous year, which was 1,384. We've seen about 224% increase on our whistleblower hotline. So that's all on our side when it comes to the governance as SIU. Thank you.
Thank you, my colleague. Honorable Chair, just on that last slide of the whistleblowers, we are aware by the calls from the public, including calls by the Honorable Committee before, that as we receive all of this, any indication by any whistleblower that there are threats, we ensure that they are protected, and we act in collaboration with the NPA using the Witness Protection Program where appropriate. Honorable Chair, we will move on to the next few slides. Slides 38 up to 51 deals with the human capital, and my colleague, the Chief Human Capital Officer, will go really through the slides and just emphasizing the critical points so that there's sufficient time spent on the financial side of the presentation. My colleague, Ms. Masombuga.
Good afternoon, good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the committee members, HOU and my colleagues. Just in a nutshell, the SIU implemented agile resourcing strategies in terms of its mandate to capacitate the business, particularly to execute its very mandate, which is to cap corruption. And to this date, we have seen notable success in terms of achieving this vacancy rate, which is currently and in the year under review at 7.5%. Thus, we have achieved that target, which was against a 12% target that was placed before yourselves. This is, by the way, the lowest vacancy rate since 2016-2017 financial year. The highest been 31% at the end of March 2017. If we can just go to the next slide, I'm trying to summarize this. You will also observe that we have met our target insofar as staff turnover, which is in the APP targets, which is as at the end of the financial year, sitting at 4.38%. The next slide, Chairperson and committee members, talks to the staff complement. Headcount over MTF period grew by a moderate 2.39%, which was 14 employees from 587 to 601 at the end of 2023. Then the next slide talks to how we plan our headcount. The head of the unit has spoken to this particular aspect, and allow me then, in the interest of time, to go through the next slide. We have aligned ourselves as an organization to the call for ensuring that we sign the performance agreements, and that is done religiously. We've made sure that this is followed and the governance processes are followed internally. The organization within the financial year in question has achieved quite well, and this can be well attributed to the skilled workforce of the SIU, the institutional knowledge, as well as the maturity of the organization. Going to the next slide. Training cost. We have, through our partnership with the French Embassy, trained at least 535 delegates on a range of forensic or cyber forensic investigations throughout that particular year as a measure of caution and to close the skills gap within the organization. Further partnerships were enlisted with other organizations such as the International Association of Certified Investigative Specialists, and that is purely to continuously build on cyber capabilities within the organization. The next one talks to, I don't know if you've gone to the next one. It is our employment equity report. In this particular year, we have then started the first year on the employment equity reporting. The plan has been enforced and ensuring that we're monitoring the barriers to employment equity. Such, of course, there is a concerted effort to appoint people to represent in categories or be represented in categories where we have not performed well, particularly as you see in the next slide, that from an EAP point of view, that the colored category has actually declined, and we are working and doing our best to ensure that we keep up, with the EAP statistics that's required. We'd like to assure the chairperson and the committee members that the SIU has in actual fact done quite well insofar as achieving its targets that were set for the women representation at top management level, which was at 35% compared to 18% of the previous 3 years. The last slide then talks to the establishment of an anti-corruption academy, which we have reported in the previous discussions, whereby we have made an indication that we would be signing an agreement with the government of France. We have done so through our minister who represented South Africa, and the organization is quite geared to continue to foster this collaborations and work, of course, with our colleagues, mainly, to share the expertise that we are gaining from our colleagues, as well as ensure that we capacitate the SIU well within its territory. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Ms. Masomboga. Without further ado, Honorable Chair and honorable members, I'll hand over to our Chief Financial Officer to go through the finance information. CFO, over to you.
Thank you, Head of the Unit and Honorable Chair and honorable members. Next slide. The audit opinion, next slide. After a 6-year period of having received a clean audit, unfortunately in the 22-23 year, we've received a qualified audit opinion that was specifically relating to income, revenue, that was recorded in the 22-23 financial year instead of the 22 financial year, with the SIU being a public Schedule 3A entity. So in terms of accrual accounting, the AG found that this income that we recovered on legal costs should have been recorded, and we should have restated the previous years with that figure. In simple terms, what it relates to is the Department of Justice, the Office of the State Attorney, appoints counsel on the litigation matters that the SIU are ensuing, and those costs are then paid and recovered from the SIU. And in practice, this takes between 1 and 3 years before it is recovered, and that then is recovered by the SIU from the state institutions. Now, unfortunately, then these we invoiced in the 22-23 financial year, and in the sample size, the AG found a sample of 5.6 million, and they projected it to be 12.9 million in the total population. This was then over what is called the materiality amount, and on that basis and on that line item, the financial statements were qualified. Next slide. That's just the opinion. Next slide. That's the 12.9 million. It says the recovery of legal costs and expert costs was overstated, and that is a projected figure based on the sample size. Next slide. During the audit, there were 3 disputes raised, 2 on tenders. The one that successfully been resolved in favor of the SIU, that was the Nelspruit office tender. And then there was a panel of attorneys tender, which is still being resolved at the time of tabling to Parliament, that has not been resolved. Then on the revenue recognition, a dispute was raised by ourselves, and that was on the basis of, in the SIU Act, the head of the Special Investigating Unit has got discretion whether to recover or not. That talks to the timing, and on that basis, we raised a dispute. We escalated it to the Office of the Accountant General. Unfortunately, we received the feedback only on 27 September. A decision was then taken in the interest of good governance to rather table the report, and that then led to the qualified opinion. Next slide. This is just to indicate the materiality from our side. Total revenue for the 22-23 financial year is almost R1 billion. The projected sample is a figure of 12.9 million. So in terms of the total revenue and the impact on any user of the financial statements, it's only a 1.4% impact. So it's not a a very material impact, and it will not change the opinion of the users of financial statements negatively. Next slide. I think the impact, just to at the bottom of the slide, is to say that this is purely a technical financial accounting matter, and there was no impact on the actual invoiced revenue, cash flow, or financial state. And obviously, there's also no impact on the actual core business of the SIU with this finding. Next slide. What we're going to do to address this is to very closely look at the interpretation then of when the revenue needs to be recognized. We will engage in that process, the Office of the Accountant General once again, and Office of the State Attorney. I think the third bullet, as I've mentioned, a key contributing factor to this issue is that we receive the invoices very late from the DOJ, and that then leads to the timing issues of when the invoices are recorded. We'll also obviously strengthen capacity, but we'll also engage the AG in resolving this in the remainder of this financial year. Next. This is the financial indicators over the past 5 years. You will notice at the top, there's been a growing accumulated surplus in the balance sheet. And that is as a result of down at the bottom, the surplus, the actual surplus for the year. We made a 55 million rand surplus, which then led to the accumulated surplus of 976. The biggest portion of that surplus is represented on the asset side of the balance sheet in cash and cash equivalents. Still a very healthy state of affairs with regards to the cash, 749 million in the bank at year end. Next slide. I've already covered this. I think just a third one to mention in the middle is the fact that the current ratio, which is a very important ratio of the current assets to liabilities, normally it's 2 to 1 is regarded as a positive ratio. The SIU had a ratio of 3.4 to 1 at year end. And then down at the bottom, despite the debt recovery, which is an ongoing challenge, the SIU has still managed to reflect positive cash flow. In other words, net cash flow from operating activities of 11 million. Next slide, just the debt in. The debt at year end is then represented by the different categories split between public entities, the spheres of government. Next slide. We do accept that is still one of our challenges, and we've launched then a project called Project Kukela. Some positive outcomes, although the project the end date is projected to go into next year by around about June. Individually, what we've done is the face-to-face engagements has indicated that it is quite positive in that we've received some payments as a result of these engagements. We've also managed in the KZN province to escalate the debt to the provincial scoper, and that has led to payments. We'll follow that process and try and implement that and present to all the provincial scopers in the other provinces. Then towards the end, we will, towards next year, we will then go into the final steps of escalating to the different various executive authorities, which are the ministers, in order to ultimately try and get the debt resolved and paid up. Then just on the payment side, on the creditor side, this is just indicating of all the invoices that we've paid, almost 10,000, what is the percentage that we've paid within 30 days or agreed period as per National Treasury regulations pertaining to the SIU as a 3A entity. And on that, we can report that a percentage of 97.5% of the number of invoices had been paid within those timeframes. I think, Chair, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the rest. You can slide to the next slides. These are all information and it's all detail that I've already covered in summary. If there's any questions, I can take them afterwards. I will then pause here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, CFO. Just to underscore, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we really, really take the outcome of the audit very seriously because as the Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members indicated, I picked up even in the previous presentation that we have to be exemplary in terms of ensuring that we keep the clean audit. So as I engaged with the CFO and the team, my question was, over the years, has the accounting standards changed or not? Why is it that we find ourselves here? So over the years, we've been accounting in the same way. It's just that in this year, we were told that it has exceeded the materiality level of the AG, and therefore they had to qualify. There is an opportunity to engage, to ensure that we rectify and return the organization to a clean audit. There could have been an opportunity to engage and resolve this had the feedback from National Treasury not being late in the day. So the process to engage to resolve with AG took longer, and we didn't want to take the risk of not submitting the annual report. It would have been the bigger governance risk for us. So we undertake, and to the Honorable Committee, that that process of engagement, it has already started to ensure that from the finance team and the AG team and the National Treasury Accountant General, there is a similar understanding of how to apply what they call GRAP 9 in terms of accounting for this revenue. Honorable Chair, in the interest of time, the next slide, really, slide 76 to slide 88, they deal with what we call vulnerable sectors. If you go to the next slide, please. The vulnerable sectors, in brief, is really to implement the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, where the strategy expects government to involve the whole of society in the fight against corruption. We have done that. SIU is leading that space. All the slides from slide 76 up until 88, they give an articulation of what we did in the year under review. On slide 81, please. Slide 81 indicates all the anti-corruption forums that we have established, starting with the health sector, infrastructure build, local government, and the one that's coming after we've been requested by the Minister of Home Affairs is the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum. The next slide indicates all the members. As the honorable members and honorable committee can see, it's actually all members of society, all the groupings, all the organizations, civil society, business, labor, government, and the others. So this really has been on a pilot basis, but we are seeing now. And this helps us to raise the confidence of the public in the anti-corruption machinery of government. We are really pleased that we are able to lead that process. If you go to, so this deals with the vulnerable sectors. I'll go to slide 89, please. As I said, all these slides are on vulnerable sectors. Slide 89, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we continue to ensure that we contribute in the whole of government in ensuring that government complies with international instruments such as United Nations, African Union, SADC, and the others. So without really going into detail, this was really to ensure that the Honorable Committee notes there's various activities that we do under this stage, which are really articulated in the annual report. The next section, we thought it appropriate that we also inform the Honorable Committee around the lifestyle audits that we are doing. This is a very important part of our function as well, but we do this as part of the secondment to state institutions. There's a various number of lifestyle audits. The biggest one that we did in the year under review was at the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We saw the good results, presented them to the minister, and all the indicators of those who are living beyond their means, according to our finding, they are being dealt with because they are indicators that we cannot ignore in dealing with the maladministration and the corruption environment. So those areas are also dealt with. Honorable Chair, honorable members, on the next section, which is from slide 93, this is the implementation of State Capture Report, slide 93 to 99. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we have presented to the Honorable Committee recently in this section, but we included it for purposes of completeness. Really nothing significant has changed since the last time we presented in detail to the Honorable Committee. Please go to the next section. The next section, again, deals with one of the areas, a very important part of government in dealing with the Financial Action Task Force findings, which have led the country to be grey listed. There is a whole process that is coordinated by National Treasury, including all the law enforcement agencies and members of the anti-corruption task team. We are indicating in this section that SIU played a very important role as well in the process of addressing the findings of FATF without really going into detail in the interest of time. The next section deals with the focus areas, strategic focus areas. We have presented these areas before to the Honorable Committee in terms of the strategic areas that are guiding us in terms of executing our strategy and ensure that we achieve the results that are expected by the honorable members and the public. Of importance at the top there that we are really chasing is to ensure that we turn around our investigations as speedily as expected by the public and the public representatives so that we show the results speedily and hold those who are responsible to account. As I say, we have presented this key focus areas before. We are really pleased that we are really executing on them and making progress without going into them in detail in the interest of time. The next section is really what we call the future. I've already indicated we continue to drive towards our vision, and that vision really ensures that we are an organization that performs, meets our mandate as expected by the Honorable Committee and the public, and ensure that we continue to bring out the results that are expected. Top right, the prevention. The prevention is really going to occupy us going forward as one of the business initiatives, because we need to contribute to the national corruption prevention framework that will ensure that rather than spending resources going forward on investigations, we spend resources on the prevention. Multi-agency collaboration, and I've already noted on the digitization of the business processes. The next few slides up to slides number 112 is really around we thought it important as part of an ongoing business initiative that we also monitor the public comments and the stakeholders that we do business with, so that we are satisfied that we are making the impact that is required. We have really seen positive comments, positive feedback from the public in general. There is a process that we are now initiating so that we get specific feedback from the state institutions where we are continuing to investigate. Those public comments really have been included. Mr. Khanyago and his team from the communications are really continuing to monitor that so that we continue to satisfy the expectations. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is that without going through that in detail, from the middle there, we're really saying today we are submitting an annual report that represents an SIU as a going concern. We are representing an SIU with skilled staff to enable it to achieve its mandate. We are really presenting a high-performing organization with the performance targets that are achieved, albeit at 88%. Of course, we've noted the regression on the audit, which we undertake to address forthwith. And we will make sure that there is improvement on the application of the GRAP standard that has been identified. Again, the digitization of the business value chain going forward to ensure that we meet the requirements and the demands of the time in terms of digitization. Honorable Chair and honorable members, that is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mtibi, and to your team. Members, are there any questions or comments? Honorable Horn, Honorable Swart. In that order, Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, yes, we welcome the frank manner in which Mr. Mutibe has specifically stressed the issue around the regression in the audit outcome. I think we must for now be satisfied with the undertaking that this will not be a repeat. Maybe just to say that, as he indicated, GRAP 9 has not crept up on departments and institutions in secret. It was announced and then implemented over time. So in light thereof, it is of course then a concern that within the SIU there was not a proactive realization that this issue will pose the risk of leading to regressed audit outcomes. But nonetheless, I think the historical performance of the SIU gives one some confidence that this is hopefully then an issue that could be turned around within the space of one financial year. Chair, the of course lingering issue within the architecture of the SIU is the issue of government departments and other governmental entities like local governments and provincial governments who must pay for services, and over time this committee has spent a lot of time engaging with the effect it has on the if not feasibility, then at least the cash flow and ability of the SIU to operate. And unfortunately, of course, we are at a point where seemingly in terms of the last briefing we had from the SIU on the issue, this is not a matter that will be resolved in a manner that will give us some confidence that payment will necessarily be effected now within 30 days. Also on the back of the, I want to say, unwillingness of National Treasury to consider a new dispensation. So I don't know whether there is any updated information which could be afforded, could be put on the table to the committee on this. I mean, we note that Mr. Mutibe indicates that the SIU is, despite all of this, a going concern, which is of course a comment that is to be welcomed. But nonetheless, in terms of us supporting the SIU, also in light of the very good performance over the last years in assisting this country in specifically reclaiming money lost through impropriety, one would hope that we can take this matter forward if not now, then of course the next Parliament must do so. And maybe for our handover report, it would be good to hear whether there's been any further developments in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Advocate Matibi and to your team. Again, wish to commend you on the excellent work that you do and have done over the years. And as far as the audit qualification, yes, I appreciate that you've given us a full explanation there and that the issues will be addressed there. I think on the positive side, it relates to income revenue. So it's not an over expenditure or something like that. It's revenue which should have been registered in another financial year. So I think I understand the qualification, but it's something that can be dealt with. The issue, again, I just want to commend you on having the surplus. 749 million rand in the bank is really commendable, given the issues that you've already related to debt owed that Mr. Horn referred to as well. Now, when you look at the debt owed accumulating for the financial year, it's almost 1 billion rand. And I appreciate the steps, and this has been an ongoing issue for as long as I've been fully supporting the SIU, and I appreciate the projects that are ongoing, that you're now engaging with provincial scopers to get the money back. But I'm just grateful that you've got a positive cash in your bank, 55 million per year, that you're able to carry this. But obviously, it is increasing over the period since 2019. It was 421, 2021, 618 million, 21-22, 830 million, and now we understand it is close to 1 billion rand debt owed to the SIU, and obviously that seems to be increasing. But thankfully, you're able to manage your cash flow, and that is very positive. What I would like to just ask, and I presume the answer is that you are covered by your reserves, but whether the SIU has been advised of any cost containment measures from National Treasury, which could have an impact on your operations, given what the Minister of Finance has announced. Now, I appreciate you have got money in the bank, but I'd be interested to know whether there'd be any announcements made. And for me, it would not make sense, given the fact that you're able to recover for the fiscus money that has been misappropriated, you together with the NPA. So I've always advocated for more funding, in fact, for law enforcement agencies that prosecute and recover funds that have been stolen. Can I just then quickly ask you about the relationship with the State Attorney's Office? It seems that we're fully aware of challenges with the State Attorney's Office, but is it correct that you've been obliged almost to provide or to appoint a service provider to provide legal services for civil litigation in order to reduce reliance on the Office of the State Attorney? Obviously, that comes at an additional cost, and it should be a matter of concern to us if that is the need that you're finding, that you cannot rely on the State Attorney, maybe in certain cases, to do the litigation that is required. Then just on whether you are experiencing backlogs, court backlogs in the civil litigation that you are bringing, and on the court rolls, obviously, that you can't have you don't determine that, you are subject to the courts themselves, but that also could result in obstacles facing the unit in trying to expedite and process civil matters emanating from your investigations at the special tribunal or at the various high courts. Lastly, just on the issue of whistleblower protection and the ongoing review of the Protected Disclosures Act, as well as possible amendments to that act and amendments to the SIU Act, particularly relating to special investigations and the special tribunal. Now, could you give us a bit of clarity? Regrettably, it would appear that those pieces of amendment, those suggested amendments will not be able to be dealt with by this Parliament, but obviously that could be part of one's legacy from our side to say that this is necessary, although it hasn't been tabled before us, but such legislation and amendments should be expedited by the next Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maseko Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. And also, we thank you to Advocate Mutibi and the team for their presentation. Also, Chair, adding on the work of my colleagues in commending the performance of the SIU. They've done very well, excellently, and we want to commend them and congratulate them. Also on the improvement, though there is a regression, as they say, as they report and the concerns of the AG, but we believe and trust that, Chair, knowing them and their hard work on these issues, they will take care of that. But Chair, however, we note that they're still struggling on the issues of recovery of the service fees. We noted that, Chair, and we also acknowledged that there is something that is done in that area, particularly on the funding model that they came up with. On the issue of, Chair, Operation Kokela, that operation that they came up with in terms of addressing the issue of outstanding services fees, Chair, there is a date that maybe they have provided in terms of the completion of the project, which was said it was in July 2023. If they can give us a report on that one, on this Operation Kokela, in line with that, Chair. Chair, also, sorry. We want also to note the issue of hiding of assets. We encourage them that they leave no stone unturned. Because these people who are involved in these corruptions, Chair, they will make sure that they hide everything that they got from corruption proceeds, Chair, in order for the government to get a little back into our fiscus. So we also encourage them to work hard on that, as Advocate has already indicated, Chair. And then lastly, Chair, I just want to add my voice on the issue of the 30-day invoice payment. I still emphasize that on their invoice payment, they've got 97%, not 100%. I still want them to give me more explanation, because we want 100%, Chair. That amount, it is that money, or the payment of invoices, they assist us, those small companies, to be able to function daily. And if we are delaying in paying the services to them, but we are complaining also on others not paying us, it is not fair, Chair. We have to look into all those areas and close those gaps. That was my last comment, Chair, on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nebo Troka.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day to everyone from the SIU. I would also like to add my congratulations as my colleagues already previously said. Just a couple of questions I have. From the over 67,000 referral, I see that 66,889 came from the Department of Transport, the National Department of Transport. Now, I wanted to know, did you only do the referral or do you do follow-ups as well? Because I see it's quite a big number from the Department of Transport. So you just refer it, leave it there, or do you also follow up and see what is done about the issue that you referred? So that's with all the other referrals as well that the SIU has made. Then I see under labor, I know I've asked this question previously, but I'm aware that this is going to be our last engagement before the end of the year. So the question specifically, what the SIU does to follow up and make sure it happens. I see your employment equity, nothing is mentioned with regard to people with disabilities appointed. And I do also understand the challenges there, but I would like to know in future what a way forward would be for the SIU to follow up with regard to that. Then thirdly, and my last question, the late submission of this annual report. Yes, we received a letter from the Minister in September that mentioned that the SIU will be submitting the reports late. The submission should have been done on the 6th of October, but it wasn't. It was only, the Secretary informed us that it was only submitted on Friday. So we unfortunately left very little time for us to engage with it properly and to make sure that we engage with it properly. So I just wanted to know why between the 6th of October and the 15th of October it was not submitted. So I just wanted to know why it was that late because the Minister didn't really provide an explanation on that. Those are my only three questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I was covered by Honourable Horn and Honourable Swart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Advocate Mothibe.
Honourable Chair and honourable members, we are really pleased and encouraged by the kind comments and words of commending the work of the SIU. Of course, we will relate the message to the able members and investigators of the Special Investigating Unit so that they continue on that best performance to ensure that the mandate of SIU is executed as expected by the public and expected by the honorable public representatives as honorable members of this committee. We don't take that lightly. Honorable Horn, yes, thank you so much for the comments. We are really, really geared up to ensure that the GRAB 9 application is understood by all of us, and the CFO can probably add on that. And the work is underway to ensure that it's addressed. I will not take anything less than addressing that and returning the organization to clean audit. The debt recovery, and thank you really for pointing that out. We really now, although we are executing on the project Correctional and the CFO can probably come in, but from a strategic intervention, we would really, really appreciate if the committee could, one way or another, be of assistance in terms of ensuring that the funding model of SIU is call it reviewed, because when we engaged the National Treasury said to us, at this stage, they really don't see a basis for reviewing the funding model of SIU, but we are really, or what they said further is that we must make sure that we recover the debt. that is owing. So they sort of saw it more around recovering the debt. But we are saying from a strategic perspective, the funding model that depends on the institutions and people that you investigate, inherently, it's got a risk. Because if you take, for example, the results, the High Court judgment that came up relating to the interim board of the SABC, and I'm really using that as an example. At the time when we were still investigating, they were aware that we are investigating the board as well. So at the time, just as an example, you would not have the accounting authority or even the accounting officer being enthusiastic in ensuring that they process the payment of SIU, simply because that we are making findings against them, as we have to, because we have to make sure that we hold everyone to account, including the accounting officers and accounting authorities. So inherently, this model has got a risk that we will continue to see the debt spiking if we ultimately, and as we foresee, as we execute the project, that at some point we might have to litigate, but taking into account the Intergovernmental Relations Act and ensuring that we have escalated appropriately. So from a committee intervention, strategic intervention could really be to say the funding model of this organization really needs to be reviewed. We have benchmarked with the other organizations in the continent and internationally. The funding model of organizations of the SIU is that there is 100% funding by the state. So that's really excuse me. That's really, amongst others, what we engaged with Treasury on, and they saw it differently. Honorable Swart, thank you so much. We really appreciate the words and the emphasis around the GRAP application, and we will ensure that that forthwith is addressed. The issue around the surplus, thank you. And we know, and I always indicate, and the CFO is really awake to that in the current fiscus, we have to make sure that the surplus is appropriately committed in initiatives that would ensure that we enhance the operations of the Special Investigating Unit. But of course, the longer it stays in the bank, there's a risk that it might be recalled. So we want to ensure that it's appropriately committed in the interest of the organization. The debt recovery, yes, indeed, that remains a sore. It remains a red flag that indeed we are showing a sound financial status. We are showing a good financial position. But if this continues, if the debt level continues and the funding model is not reviewed and the debt levels continues, there is a risk. There is a risk that ultimately, if it is not collected, it will affect the operations of SIU. As we speak currently, it's not yet, but yes, we need to bring in the mitigation of collecting that. Whether the SIU has been advised of cuts from National Treasury, similar to other departments and state-owned entities, yes, there has been communication by National Treasury indicating the fiscus constraint, and the CFO can probably go into some detail. Yes, just really indicating to all of us as government that we need to be measured in terms of other business initiatives. We have taken that into account, and we have informed our members such that we become measured in terms of some of the business initiatives. And as I say, the CFO can probably expand on that. Yes, the relationship with the state attorney, we've got a very sound and good relation with the state attorney. We have engaged with my colleague, the Solicitor General, and we do engage on an ongoing basis. There is a dedicated focus now, led by the Solicitor General and other members of the State Attorney's Office or the Solicitor General's Office, in terms of ensuring that the referrals of SIU are really acted upon. And as we now going to engage around the application of GRAB 9, we will continue to also engage with the Solicitor General and his team in terms of processing of the invoices. Yes, indeed. In some instances, we've had I've spoken to our legal team in terms of executing of the orders. I have raised a concern with our legal team that we need to execute on the orders that are given by the courts so that we see the increase in revenue and increase in the recoveries that we can pay back to government. There have been various court orders that have been given and the execution thereof is lagging behind. So for that purpose, the legal team, yes, has appointed some service providers to enhance the internal capacity of executing on the orders. But we don't see that as a permanent feature because, as you indicate, Honorable Swart, yes, that would be costly. But I expect, and the legal team is on board, that they should build the internal capacity to ensure that we execute on the orders. So on the court backlogs, indeed, there is a backlog, particularly on the High Court role. And this has been the case for a while now. We have not just let it there. We have engaged, and in engaging with our executive authority, the minister has also assisted in engaging with the presidents of the courts to ensure that they really assist. And there has been a measure that is now being implemented, which requires our legal team, the counsel that we appoint, to do what is called case administration, case management, so that the cases are done quickly. One of the results of the case management and the intervention is the High Court decision that was given recently around the SABC. Just as that case has been coming for a while, and now because of the interventions, we've seen it now being processed and the decision been taken. Another case that has been on our books for a long time is the Nkandla case. Now it's been processed on the same basis. We are expecting the result very soon. We are really working on the backlog to ensure that we see results. On the special tribunal, because now it's a focused tribunal, and we are really glad that it was almost set back by the litigants who challenged its status. And remember, they challenged it up until the Constitutional Court. But we are glad that the Constitutional Court ruled that this tribunal can continue to adjudicate on the legality of the contract, and is continuing to do so. The judgment was given now in March 2023, and since then we are seeing now really the processing of the cases. The whistleblower protection, we really ensure that we put premium on that. As I indicated, that we work closely with the National Prosecuting Authority in ensuring that those that are identified as witnesses, they can benefit from the witness protection. Of course, there are those that are whistleblowers and not yet identified as witnesses. They could be potential witnesses and would not necessarily benefit from the witness protection. There, we, although we do spend from the budgets of SIU to ensure that there's protection measures, but we have seen positive spin-offs. And a related point, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is the protection of investigators. We have seen serious threats to our investigators in various investigations, and we again take measures from the budget of the SIU to ensure that they are protected so that our investigations are not negatively affected. The amendment of the SIU Act, yes, indeed. We have submitted the amendments of the SIU Act to the Department of Justice. We were assured that they are receiving attention. Yes, indeed. We would have loved that they would have been processed, but seemingly they would probably be processed in the next round of the legislative amendment processing. Honorable Maseko Jele, thank you very much for the kind words. We are encouraged. Of course, we don't take it lightly. We really take to heart the regression that has been shown on the audit, and we undertake that we will attend to it forthwith. Completion of Operation Kokela, CFO, please, if you can just note that. We want to make sure that that project to recover the debt is implemented and implemented without failure up until we escalate to the minister and to cabinet, so that when we take, if we come to that stage, litigation steps and punitive steps, that we would have taken all the steps. The issue of the hiding of assets. I'm really pleased, Honorable Maseko Jele, that you really mentioned that. We are seeing very sophisticated methods used by those who are in the wrong, those who are corrupt, I would say, in hiding the assets. They use the trusts to hide these assets. They use the non-profit organizations, non-profit companies. They use family members. They use other methods, but we have uncovered those methods, and we're really thankful that the investigators have really gone and dived deep into uncovering these methods, and that is why we are able to show the results that we are seeing. The results that have now been reported on in terms some of those assets, we have uncovered them from other related members of these people who used to work at the National Lottery, and of course it applies even in other investigations. So we will continue to make sure that we stay ahead of the time in terms of our investigative methods, our trace technologies. The trace technology that we use have to lead us to those areas where they have hidden the assets. We have a good cooperation with the Financial Intelligence Center. We have a good cooperation with the South African Revenue Service and all others with the Asset Forfeiture Unit. So we will ensure that we leave no stone unturned to ensure that all of this are really attended to. We really take to heart in terms of the 30 days payments. We are aware that most, if not some of the companies, particularly small to medium, depend on these payments for their business livelihood to ensure that they continue rendering their business. And the CFO can probably also comment in terms of ensuring that we put in measures to pay within 30 days. We want to improve the percentage to 100%. CFO can add on there. Honorable Nivenhout Drachen, thank you very much for the questions and the congratulatory words. In terms of the referrals, yes, most of the referrals for administrative action there have been increased to that huge number because of the Department of Transport investigation. The Department of Transport contributed, and this is the fraudulent licenses that we have uncovered. And there's quite a big number of fraudulent licenses that we have uncovered, and we refer those to the MECs, because in terms of the law, the MECs are the authorities that are authorized to cancel the licenses. So rather than only referring, we do follow up. We do follow up. We engage on an ongoing basis with the provinces to ensure that we monitor. But as I said, the presidency has also created a mechanism where all of these referrals are recorded at the center, and they continue to monitor those referrals as well. In terms of employment of people with disabilities, as a policy, we would like to make sure that we do employ across the social spectrum all the members of the community, irrespective of their standing in the society, including people with disabilities. So as we now refurbish our buildings, as we procure new buildings, we ensure that we will ensure that they also are call it disability persons friendly, so that when we employ them, they do not have difficulties of operating, including the tools of trade, in terms of them being able to operate. But I'm sure my colleague, the Chief Human Capital, can also add on if need be. The late submission of the annual report, yes, indeed, because of the resolution of the disputes that were being resolved, we are happy that the one dispute was resolved on time in favor of SIU. There's one that is still underway. And with regard to the GRAB 9-1, because of the late feedback, the resolution thereof was still ongoing, but it was going to go on until where we now totally failed to submit, and we couldn't run that risk of failing to submit the annual report. No, not the nature of the SIU that we are. Now, the annual report was supposed to be submitted the end of September. And now we requested about 6 days. We said we will submit it on the 6th of October. We did meet that deadline. We submitted the annual report on the 6th of October, 2023. So we really ensured that the risk of not submitting the annual report is mitigated, albeit with this regression that has been noted, and we are hard at work to ensure that we address that. Honorable Chair, I really hope I responded to the questions. If I can ask CFO really to come in on Project Kokela and the 30 days notice, 30 days payment, and it could probably just enhance on the debt payment. Oh no, this is the Project Kokela. CFO.
Thank you, HAU and honorable members. I think the first one, just to add to the cost containment, the SIU has received the guidelines from National Treasury. In essence, it places the responsibility onto the accounting authority, which is the head of the unit, in terms of designing the cost containment measures. So because we are sitting in a situation where we do have a surplus, obviously we will not freeze posts. We will be responsible in how we go about recruiting, obviously concentrating on posts that are in the operational area. But for the rest, with regards to traveling, catering, we are taking that to heart, and we will contain costs where necessary. but we will not allow it to impact negatively on service delivery. With regards to Operation or Project Kukela, yes, indeed, it was initially the final date would have been July of this year. What we found, though, is that the letters and the emails is not very effective, so we started to engage in face-to-face meetings. That has now led to the extension of the project. Unfortunately, to get all the role players around a table takes a bit of time, but it is effective. It's much more effective than writing letters and emails and even telephone calls. So for that reason, we've extended the end date towards March of next year, which is the final financial, to the end of the 24 financial year. With regards to the creditor payments, by all means, we've implemented measures in order to pay creditors as soon as possible within the 30 days. We've added it to our purchase orders. We are looking now at also upgrading the financial system to allow the service providers to upload the invoices directly to our portal, which will then allow us to pay even quicker. But I think the 97.5% that we've accomplished so far, although it's not 100%, is good, and it indicates that we are taking the payments and timeous payments to service providers quite seriously. Thank you, Honourable Chair members.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I had thought that if there's any additions that my colleague, Chief Human Capital Officer, wants to make on the people with disabilities, but I think I might have covered it. My colleague, do you want to add on?
Thank you, HOU and honourable members. Yes, indeed. As at the end of 2022-23, we, in actual fact, already have at least 1.6% of people with disabilities that we've employed, and we have put in further measures to ensure that we do employ those with disabilities. And as HOU has mentioned, we are still considering, the buildings and accessibilities and so on and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Advocate Mthibi, yes. Does SIU have any relationship with this organization, Institute for Certified Fraud Examiners?
Honourable Chair, the Association of Fraud Examiners.
Yes,
yes, it's a very important player in the anti-fraud, anti-corruption space. I think it's also complemented by organizations like the Institute of Risk Management. I think SIU, for as long as I recall, has been a corporate member even before our time. Yes, we do have a corporate membership with ACEF, and our members continue to attend training from ACEFE. Yes, it's a non-profit organization. We are aware that we have to always monitor if there are any ethical or any issues that are there that could compromise us, but so far there has not been. In fact, our members have gained from the training. They approached me also to be a, what do they call it, an adopted member on the board. I then agreed in terms of monitoring their operations. It's not a remunerative role. I will never ever do that. But I thought in terms of contributing to the industry of anti-corruption, it's a very important organization. There are various state institutions that are members of ACEFE. It really contributes positively to the industry. So that's the kind of relation. If it's a relationship, that's the kind of a relationship that we have. Thanks.
When I was going through your report, there is where it says, I think about 80% of your employees have declared their assets. What about the remainder?
Oh, thank you very much for that, Honorable Chair. I'm hoping my colleague, the Chief Risk Officer, is in the meeting. Honorable Chair, we do insist on 100% declarations. And those that lag behind, we have already approached them in terms of ensuring that they declare, failure of which then there would be consequence management. Mr. Mkungo, are you able to give the highlight report to the Honorable Committee?
Yes, you. Good afternoon, honorable members, afternoon, advocates. Yes, for the 20 financial year we are reporting in, we couldn't get all the declaration, but this financial year we've started, we are expected to get 100%. The action there currently we are doing is every manager that is a line manager for that employee will be engaged if he's not adhering to the due date that is being issued. And then consequence management will follow immediately to make sure that we reach the 100% declaration in all our asset declaration, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jale. Honorable Jale.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm trying to open. I don't know what's happening. My apology for that, Chair. But I want to make a follow-up on this, Chair, on this question. I don't think that your question has been answered fully, because we want to know also who are those and why. We don't want to know about what they are going to do in future. You ask the question now. Why and who are those? Why did they not comply? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jale.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Jale. Of course, this is a very, very serious matter. My colleague, Mr. Mkungo, I don't think we'll have the details now, Honorable Chair. We will undertake that we report the stats in terms of those and the levels and what is it that has been done to effect consequence management. So that is for the past financial year, and we need to have done something to ensure that there is no repeat. So we do take that into account. We will submit the report by today. If Chair, you can give us 7 days, we will submit the report to the Honorable Committee. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Advocate Mtibi, and to your team. Really, it has been a pleasure working with yourselves. You have been a beacon of hope in our stable, the justice stable. You have, on many occasions, or all occasions, made us very proud, because you remain one of the torchbearers in the fight against crime and corruption. We are really proud of your work and the fact that in terms of performance, you have really been very consistent. We are confident that in the next financial year, you will regain your clean audit. We are very much confident. Please pass our warm regards to all men and women of SIU. We know that your reports are very good, but the working environment is not that great, bearing in mind that some members of the SIU face some threats to their lives, which makes their lives, in fact, the working environment to be risky and unbearable. This is more of a sacrifice than work. It's a sacrifice to the nation. And we know that in most cases, the organized criminal syndicates who are profiteering from corruption, they have more resources in most cases than most government entities and states. And it's not only a South African phenomenon, it's an international phenomenon. So it's always important that people who have answered the call to be soldiers in fighting crime and corruption, we should always pay our utmost respect to them. We have, as SIU, carried ourselves very, very well, and we are very much indebted to your service as this particular committee. And we hope that you will continue doing that even with the next committee. The next committee should really look at this issue very seriously of the funding model, and check even if it is possible that maybe it should be legislated. That should be considered by the next committee. But we are, if time was permitting, but it's not, your market data analytics, I think, is an interesting concept. Maybe the next committee would want to schedule a specific day where there could be just a focus on that area. But you have really kept abreast with times, and you are an innovative organizations despite the lack of resources. You have been very innovative. Keep up the good fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to honorable members. We appreciate. We will pass on the message to the members of the SIU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, just as they leave, you are excused. As they leave, the committee secretary will circulate to yourselves members or people who have withdrawn from the South African human rights. There are quite a number of, I think, 4 or 5 candidates who have withdrawn. I think you will receive that update today, so that as you prepare for tomorrow's shortlisting, you are also aware of the people who are no more available. Yes, let's meet tomorrow and proceed with one South African Human Rights Commission, the presentation, and then the shortlisting of the South African Human Rights Commission tomorrow. And I was going to suggest, members, that you would also be getting a letter that is a response from the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission on the allegations that were made against the commission by one of the unions. And I was going to suggest that we agree to the suggestion that was made by Honorable Horn, that we just consider the written submissions and we do not go for a full-blown hearing. To that extent, we will have a time, we'll find time in the program to go through both letters from the union and from the response of the commission. Will that be in order, members?
Fine, Chair.
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you very much. So
Yes,
let's
that's
meet.
fine.
Thank you very much. Then that concludes the business of the day. We will have to redraft our program. There are certain things now that we must take into consideration. We will have to redraft the program, and once then we will circulate it and we will have a discussion on the program for the remainder of the term. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Chair. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I did raise my hand. While you are on the redrafting of the program, Chair, I don't know at this stage, and of course that it will be ideal to have the interviews for the shortlisted Human Rights Commissioner candidates in person. In terms of the current draft program, however, I see it is scheduled to end, I believe, it's set down for 3 days to end on this Friday, the 16th of November. But that 17 and 18 November is the registration weekend in the run-up to the next year's national and provincial elections. So I would assume most of the colleagues would have certain responsibilities over that registration weekend. So my plea is just that we maybe just consider that. And of course, we have a very full program. It's not that I'm advocating that we don't meet on that Friday, but if possible, whether we could consider having a meeting which we maybe can have virtually in the morning so that everybody can be back home or near their constituencies before that registration weekend. Thank you.
So are you suggesting that maybe we look at relooking at the dates?
Yes, I would think so, Chair. Maybe after tomorrow's shortlisting, we will also have a better indication as to how many candidates will have to be interviewed and whether we will really need 3 days. But my plea is just that we don't schedule in-person meetings for that Friday just before the registration weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, I would suggest that once we start with the in-person, it will not be good to have one core group being interviewed in person and then the others not in person. So we will have to look at that issue, even look at the dates to ensure that one, it does not impact on members who must go back and deal with the registration weekend. That is one issue. And the second one, what was I thinking? Oh, I would suggest, members, that instead of no, but it's not an interview. No, it's fine. No, I would suggest that we would need maybe to look at the program after tomorrow and to look at the dates and take into consideration the issue of registration. And we can just lay with the dates. Will that be fine?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Moilop.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.